Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Room 317 Mystery, the Uncharted Motel Floor. The highway was a ribbon of cracked asphalt cutting through endless pines and scrubland, the kind of road that seemed to stretch forever without much reason. I didn't know exactly why I'd taken this detour. The motel was supposed to be just a quick stop, somewhere to rest before the long haul back home. Nothing special, really. I'd been driving since dawn, chasing deadlines and bad coffee, and the thought of a bed that didn't feel like a slab of concrete was more than welcome. Still, as I pulled off the highway onto a narrow, gravelly lane, a knot twisted in my stomach. Not the usual kind of travel nerves, but something else, subtle and sticky, like a fly caught in amber. The motel came into view like a faded postcard from some forgotten era. A long, low building with peeling paint and a sign that blinked unevenly once, twice, then dark. The neon letters spelling out Sunset Pines buzzed faintly before sputtering to a halt. I parked near the office, the gravel crunching under my tires, and stepped out. The air was cooler here, sharp with a hint of damp wood and something else I couldn't place. Maybe mold, or old leaves rotting beneath the trees. Inside, the lobby was dim and smelled like a mix of cleaning products and something stale, like the smell of a forgotten closet. The floor was covered in a threadbare carpet that had seen better decades, patterned with faded reds and browns. A ceiling fan oscillated slowly overhead, rattling every few seconds. A bell sat on the counter, chipped and dull, but no one came out right away. I waited, listening to the muffled buzz of fluorescent lights. When a woman finally appeared from the back, she was older than I expected, with gray-streaked hair pulled into a tight bun and eyes that seemed to look right through me. "Room?" she asked, voice low and rough. "Just one, please. For the night." She nodded and shuffled to a wall-mounted map behind the desk, pointing with a finger that trembled slightly. "Third floor. Room 317. I took the key, a heavy brass thing on a worn leather fob. The number etched into it looked crisp, 317, but when I glanced up at the sparse floor plan pinned beside the map, my eyes caught something odd. The third floor layout showed rooms numbered only up to 315. I blinked and looked again. Number 316, number 317. The plan ended with 315. Excuse me," I said, holding up the key. "This says 317, but the map only goes to 315? The woman gave a small, tight smile. "Old building. Rooms change now and then. The map's not updated." I nodded, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. She turned away, and I felt the weight of her gaze lingering on my back. Upstairs, the hallway was narrow and dim, the walls painted a dull beige with scuffs and peeling patches like dry skin. The carpet was thin and threadbare, and my footsteps sounded too loud in the quiet. I stopped at 315, then 316. Both were dark, no light slipping from under the doors, no sound. Then 317. The key fit perfectly. I slipped the door open and stepped inside. The room smelled of old fabric and something faintly metallic, like rust or dried blood, though I wasn't sure which. The curtains were drawn, and the single ceiling light hummed softly, casting weak shadows. The bed was made, but the sheets looked stiff, untouched for some time. I set my bag down, the fabric scraping against the cracked linoleum floor. Then I heard it. A faint noise, a low, irregular tapping coming from the wall adjacent to the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. At first, I thought it was the pipes, maybe the wind playing tricks through the old building. But the tapping was too deliberate, too patterned. Tap. 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 Then silence. Then tap, tap again. I pressed my ear against the wall and caught whispers, muffled and indistinct. The kind of sounds you don't want to hear but can't quite turn away from. I pulled back, heart a little faster than it had been moments before. Probably just a neighbor, I told myself. Maybe the old wiring was playing tricks. I tried the light switch to brighten the room but found the bulbs flickered and buzzed, never fully settling. I sat on the edge of the bed and glanced at the door. The hallway outside was silent now. No footsteps, no voices, just that strange, quiet tapping and the occasional scrape, like a chair being moved or something dragged across the floor. Curiosity nudged me. I stepped into the hallway and looked left and right. The third floor stretched out in both directions, the walls lined with identical doors, all closed. The faded numbers were painted unevenly beside each one, some peeling away entirely. I tried to find my place on the map again, squinting at the faded lines. No room 317. No corridor that matched the space I was standing in. A shiver ran up my spine. I had the distinct feeling I'd walked into a puzzle with pieces missing. Down the hall, I caught the faintest trace of a voice, a low murmur, almost a breath. I strained to listen, but it faded as quickly as it had come. The silence returned. Complete silence. I thought about heading back to the office, to ask more questions, but the lobby was far below and the elevator looked like it hadn't run in years. The stairs groaned under my weight as I descended slowly, every sound amplified in the hollow shaft. Outside, the night had fallen fully now. The sky was a deep indigo, scattered with stars that seemed too cold to be comforting. The wind rustled the pine needles, sending a chill down my neck. I lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, the smoke tasting harsh in my mouth but grounding me somehow. I glanced back at the motel. Its windows stared blankly like dark eyes. I tried to shake the feeling that something was off, that this place wasn't just old or forgotten. It was hiding something. Something it didn't want anyone to find. And I was already too deep to turn back. I woke before dawn, the thin motel curtains doing little to block the cold gray light creeping through the window. I lay on the stiff mattress, ice tracing the cracked ceiling, thinking about the strange key in my hand, the one with that impossible room number. It still felt like a bad joke, or maybe a trick of my tired brain, but the map in the lobby was clear enough. No such room existed on this floor. Yet, the noises from behind the wall yesterday had been real. Something was definitely there. I rolled out of bed, rubbing sleep from my eyes, and let the chill bite at my skin as I stepped into the threadbare carpet. The smell of stale cigarette smoke lingered in the air, mingling with something else, something faint but unmistakable, like damp earth and old paper. I couldn't place it, but it made my stomach twist. The hallway outside was empty, the dim bulbs above flickering unevenly. I moved quietly, key clenched in my fist, ears straining for any sign of life beyond the peeling wallpaper. 2 doors down, I caught it again, a muffled scrape, like furniture being dragged across wood. I froze, the hairs on my arms prickling. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to step closer. The door there was labeled 217, and across the hall, 218. Both numbers matched the map exactly. But my key said room 219. There was number 219 on the layout. Not even a gap or a hidden space, just a solid wall on the diagram. My footsteps echoed softly as I paced back and forth, trying to make sense of it, but the more I looked, the less sense it made. Curiosity was a dangerous thing, but it was also the only thing keeping me from packing up and leaving in the middle of the night. I had to know what they were hiding. I had to find out if the noises were just the building settling, or something else entirely. I pulled out my phone, no signal, of course, but the camera worked. I crouched beside the wall where the map indicated no room should be, running my fingers along the chipped plaster. The texture was rough, but the wall felt hollow, not solid. That was something. I'd been assuming it was a dead end, but maybe there was a hidden door or passage I'd missed. A soft thump made me snap my head up. Someone was moving inside. The sound was deliberate, rhythmic, like pacing. I pressed my ear to the wall. I couldn't make out words, but there was a low murmur, a voice speaking just beneath a whisper. I leaned in closer when the voice suddenly stopped, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against my eardrum. I stepped back, heart thumping louder than the noises inside. I needed help. Or at least, a witness. I remembered the office downstairs, the faded sign that said manager taped to the door. Maybe the person behind that desk knew more. Maybe they were part of the reason the map was wrong. I hurried down the stairs, each step creaking underfoot. The lobby was empty, cold light filtering through the front windows. The receptionist's desk was cleared off, but a small notebook lay open, pages yellowed and curling. I flipped through it, finding entries dated back years, all written with the same cramped handwriting. One page caught my eye, an entry about a guest who never left, followed by a scribbled phone number and a warning, "Do not disturb after midnight." The words felt like a knot tightening in my gut. I tried calling the number on my phone, but the line was dead. "Hello?" I called out, voice echoing awkwardly. "Is anyone here?" Only silence answered. I was about to leave when I noticed a door ajar at the back of the office. It led to a narrow hallway I hadn't seen before, peeling paint revealing layers of old wallpaper beneath. A faint light flickered down the hall. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking under me. The air smelled different here, mustier and colder. I could hear distant voices, hushed and urgent. As I moved forward, the voices faded. Then, from the darkness ahead, a figure appeared, shrouded in shadow. They stopped, watching me. For a moment, I considered turning around, but something in their posture wasn't threatening. Just cautious. "Are you lost?" The voice was low, barely above a whisper. I hesitated, then nodded. "Maybe. I found a key for room 219, but it doesn't exist on the map." They studied me a moment longer, then motioned me to follow. "Come. I'll show you something." I trailed behind, heart pounding. The light grew brighter as we turned a corner into a basement corridor I hadn't known existed. The walls were lined with filing cabinets, old photographs pinned to the corkboard, and maps marked with red dots, some crossed out. "This place isn't just a motel," the figure said quietly. "It's a cover. For people who've disappeared. For things the town doesn't want found." I glanced at the maps, the dots clustered around the motel and the surrounding woods. Why hide it? What's here? They sighed, rubbing the back of their neck. Because some things, some people, are too dangerous to let loose. And some secrets are better locked behind walls no one knows exist. I swallowed hard, the weight of their words pressing down like the cold stone floor beneath us. "Who are you?" I asked. They hesitated. "Someone who wants out. Like you." A sudden noise from down the hall made us both freeze, a door slamming shut, deliberate and loud. My skin prickled. The basement suddenly felt smaller, the shadows thicker. "We don't have much time," the figure said urgently. "They're watching. Always watching." I nodded, breath shallow, senses sharp. Whatever this place was hiding, it was real. And it was dangerous. I wasn't sure if I was ready for what came next. But the motel's walls had already closed around me. There was no turning back. The door slammed again. "We don't have much time," they whispered, voice low but urgent. "They're watching." always watching. I nodded, breath shallow, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. The basement felt smaller now, shadows creeping in from every corner, swallowing the weak light from the single bare bulb overhead. That light flickered, briefly, then steadied an uneven rhythm like a heartbeat out of sync. "We need to move," the person said, glancing over their shoulder. "If we stay here, they'll know." I swallowed hard. The weight of their words pressed down, heavier than the cold stone beneath our feet. I'd crossed some invisible line the moment I stepped into this place. No more turning back, not tonight, not ever. I didn't know who they were exactly. The motel's owners? Locals? Something worse? But every instinct screamed at me. This was bigger than a wrong key or a missing room number on a map. Whatever was hidden here, it wasn't just a secret. It was a trap. We crept up the stairs, the wood groaning softly under our careful steps. The hallway above was dim, longer than I remembered, the faded wallpaper peeling in thin strips. The air smelled different, less damp, but dustier, like stale cigarette smoke and old sweat. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked, distant but sharp, breaking the silence and making me jump. The key in my pocket felt heavier than before, like a lead weight tied to my skin. I pulled it out, staring at the number again, room 217. The number didn't exist on the official layout taped near the front desk. No room 217 anywhere on the floor plan. And yet, here it was, in my hand, real and cold. "That room," I said, voice barely audible. "It's not supposed to be here." The figure nodded grimly. "The maps are lies. They changed them to hide what's really here." "Why?" I asked, my voice shaking despite myself. "What's so dangerous that they'd erase it from the records?" They hesitated. "People. Some of them aren't right in the head. Or worse. Like criminals? Sometimes. Their eyes darkened. Sometimes worse. People who've slipped through the cracks. They get locked away in places no one talks about. Places like this motel." A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I tried to imagine what that meant, but the images that came to mind were worse than anything I could say aloud. Locked away, forgotten, dangerous. And out here, in the middle of nowhere, with no one to hear you scream. We reached a fork in the hallway. The faded carpet was threadbare here, revealing splintered wood beneath. To the left, a group of rooms lined up, their doors chipped and scratched. To the right, a narrow corridor that didn't appear on the map, vanishing into darkness. "That way," the figure said, pointing down the hidden hall. "That's where 217 is. And where we'll find out what they're hiding." I swallowed hard, the taste of copper in my mouth. The air grew colder as we stepped into the dark corridor. The faint hum of electricity buzzed overhead, wires exposed and dangling like veins. The walls felt closer. Closer than they should be. Then I heard it. A faint murmur of voices, low, urgent, almost pleading. They seemed to come from behind the doors lining the hall. Doors that weren't on any map. Rooms that shouldn't exist. Rooms that whispered secrets I wasn't meant to hear. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. The figure nodded. "They keep people in there. People who don't belong here. People who've been erased." My heart slammed against my ribs. Erased how? They're kept quiet. Locked away. Forgotten. If you ask too many questions, they come for you. To keep the secret safe. The thought made my hands tremble. I wanted to turn back, run to the safety of the main road, scream until someone heard me. But the key in my pocket burned like a brand. This wasn't just some mistake. It was a warning. Suddenly, a door at the end of the hall creaked open. A shape slipped out, shadowy and quick. My breath caught. The figure grabbed my arm, pulling me back into the gloom. "Stay quiet," they hissed. "That's one of them." The figure's grip tightened. My pulse raced. I wanted to ask who they were, but the words caught in my throat. The shape disappeared into the shadows, leaving only the faint scent of sweat and desperation behind. "We have to keep moving," the figure said. We pressed on, the corridor winding deeper into the motel's secret heart. The walls closed in tighter, the air thick with fear and stale breath. Every step pushed me further from the world I knew. Ahead, a heavy metal door stood ajar. The faint glow of a flickering bulb spilled out, casting long shadows on the cracked linoleum floor. "That's the room," the figure whispered. 217. I stepped forward, the key trembling in my palm. The door creaked wider as I pushed it open, revealing a small, barren room. The walls were stained, the single window boarded up with thick plywood. A chair sat in the center, its paint chipped and worn. And in the corner, a figure curled up, rocking slightly. Eyes wide and unblinking, staring past me. The room smelled of sweat, old urine, and something sour I couldn't identify. My throat tightened. This wasn't just a room. It was a cage. The figure beside me exhaled slowly. "You see now. There's no going back." I swallowed again, the key slipping from my fingers onto the floor with a soft clink. The motel had swallowed me whole. And whatever secrets it kept, I was trapped inside them. Suddenly, a voice cracked through the silence, sharp and commanding. "What are you doing here?" We both spun toward the door. A man stood there, face pale and drawn, ice cold and hard. Behind him, the corridor stretched empty, quiet but for the distant murmur of those forgotten voices. "No visitors," he said flatly. "Not anymore." I wanted to speak, to explain, but the words died before they left my mouth. The door slammed shut behind him, and the thin strip of light vanished. Silence. Complete silence. I was no longer just a guest. I was a prisoner. And the motel's lies were closing in fast. The door slammed shut, the click of the lock turning in its place like a verdict. I swallowed, trying not to let panic rise, but my throat was raw, dry as sandpaper. The sweat smell was stronger here, the stench of old urine clung to the carpet like a stain that wouldn't wash away. I could almost taste it, bitter and sour on the back of my tongue. Outside, the corridor was silent again, but that silence felt different, loaded, like the calm before a storm. I wanted to speak, to ask who he was, what "not anymore" meant. But my mouth wouldn't cooperate. Words, when they came, sounded hollow. So I stayed quiet, waiting, listening. The figure beside me shifted, a faint scrape of fabric against the floor. I could feel his presence, close but unmoving. The shadows in the room deepened as the single flickering bulb above buzzed low, threatening to die. I could barely make out his face, just a blur against the dim light. "Why am I here?" I finally managed, voice cracking. "What is this place?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, a slow, almost sarcastic smile crept across his lips. "You think you're the first to ask that? Or the last?" I swallowed hard, trying not to let my gaze falter. The silence stretched, oppressive. Then he said, "They don't want people like you poking around. You got too curious. That's the problem. Too curious." That struck a nerve. I wasn't some random tourist. There was something deeply wrong with this place. The maps didn't add up. Rooms that didn't exist. Voices behind walls that should have been empty. It wasn't just a motel, it was a trap. What do you mean they? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, the movement slow, deliberate. Management. Owners. Call them what you want. People who keep this place running and keep the truth buried. You think the whole world forgot this motel? No. It's just hidden, masked. People don't come here by accident. A cold chill crept along my spine. I wanted to say something else, but the door rattled suddenly. A faint scraping noise, like nails or claws against wood, echoing from the other side. My heart jumped into my throat. The man's eyes narrowed. They're coming. And they don't like company. I pressed myself tighter into the corner, the rough plaster scratching my skin through my shirt. The bulb flickered again, casting long, jittery shadows that seemed to dance on the cracked ceiling. The air grew colder, or maybe I was just losing control of my senses. Who? I whispered. Who's coming? He didn't answer. Instead, the room grew heavier, as if the walls themselves were closing in. The scraping noise grew louder, more frantic. Something was out there, just beyond the door, waiting. I wanted to run, to escape, but the door was locked tight. I could hear muffled voices now, low and urgent, like a conversation just beyond comprehension. Words I couldn't catch, but the tone was sharp, dangerous. The man beside me leaned in, voice barely audible. You don't want to meet them. I nodded, though my insides twisted in knots. Why? What do they want? He shook his head, eyes dark with something I couldn't place. Not what? Who? My breath hitched. The scraping stopped, replaced by heavy footsteps pacing just beyond the door. Slow. Deliberate. Calculated. The kind of footsteps that didn't belong to someone looking for a friendly chat. Listen, the man said, voice urgent now, if you want to get out of here, you have to understand something. This place isn't just a building. It's a prison. And the people who run it, they've got rules. Invisible ones. You break them, you disappear. Disappear. The word echoed inside my skull, cold and absolute. What rules? I asked, voice trembling. He looked at me, eyes hard. No one leaves. Not really. You think the maps are wrong by accident? They're designed to confuse. To hide the real rooms. The ones where the problems are kept. Problems. The word felt like a weight sinking into my chest. I thought about the voices, the strange sounds from empty rooms. The smell of decay. The faint vibrations beneath my feet, like something breathing beneath the floorboards. What kind of problems? I pressed. Before he could answer, a sharp banging rattled the door, making the walls vibrate. The footsteps stopped. A cold silence fell again, suffocating. Go to the window, the man commanded, voice low and urgent. Look. I hesitated but edged toward the small, grimy window. The glass was thick and warped, distorting the outside world like a warped mirror. Beyond, the night stretched out, black and endless. The parking lot was empty, the few broken streetlights flickering weakly. No sign of anyone. Then I saw it. A shadow moving just beyond the edge of the lot, slipping between dark shapes. Too large to be a stray animal. Too silent to be human, or maybe just too careful. I blinked, and the shadow was gone. Who was that? I asked, heart hammering. The man didn't answer. Instead, he moved to the door, pressing his ear against the wood. They're watching, waiting for the right moment. The silence stretched out again, unbearable. I felt like I was shrinking into myself, every nerve screaming to run, to scream, to do something. Why me? I whispered. Why am I here? He turned to face me, eyes glinting in the low light. Because you see the cracks. Because you ask questions. Because you don't fit the mold. And that scares them. A shudder ran through me. I wanted to protest, to say I didn't belong here, that this was a mistake. But the truth was sinking in. The motel was alive in a way I hadn't understood before. It was a living, breathing nightmare. The door rattled again, harder this time. The footsteps resumed, slow and deliberate, circling the hall outside. I pressed my hands against my ears, trying to block it out, but the sound burrowed into my bones. Listen carefully, the man said, voice low and steady. If you want out, you have to stop being a guest. You have to stop being a prisoner. You have to become something else. Invisible. Invisible? I echoed, barely understanding. He nodded. Disappear into the shadows. Learn how to move without being seen. Because the moment they catch sight of you, it's over. The bulb flickered one last time, then went black, plunging the room into complete darkness. Silence. Complete silence. And then, from the hallway outside, a slow, deliberate tapping began, like fingernails drumming on wood, steady and unyielding. I swallowed hard, heart pounding. The motel's lies were closing in fast, and now, I was the only one who could fight to unravel them or be swallowed whole forever. The hallway was quiet now, almost unnervingly so. I pressed my back against the cool plaster wall, the rough texture digging into my skin through the thin fabric of my shirt. The flickering fluorescent light overhead sputtered weakly, casting long, uncertain shadows that pulled in the corners near the baseboards. For a moment, I just stood there, breathing shallow, listening. The silence was thick, like a held breath, waiting to be released. I had to decide. Stay put, wait for morning, maybe call for help or risk stepping back into the maze this motel had turned into. But I couldn't ignore what I'd found. The map. The impossible room number. The voices, whispers, and shuffling sounds behind walls that, according to every posted plan, shouldn't even exist. I slid my hand down the wall, fingertips brushing a faint layer of dust. It smelled faintly of mildew and old smoke, the kind that clings to fabric and wood, stubborn and unyielding. There was a faint metallic tang in the air, too, like something forgotten in a train or a rusted pipe. A dog barked distantly, sharp and anxious, breaking the stillness. I swallowed hard, the dry scratch catching at my throat. I thought back to the clerk's nervous glance when I'd asked about the room number. His eyes darted to the cracked ceiling tiles, then to the worn carpet beneath his feet. The way he said, must be some kind of clerical error, but avoided looking me in the eye. That was when I knew. The map was deliberately altered. The room wasn't just unlisted, it was concealed. I forced myself to move, stepping cautiously down the hallway. The floor creaked underfoot, each groan echoing in the stale air. I passed door after door, some with peeling paint, others with locks that seemed rusted shut. The wallpaper, once a cheerful floral pattern, had faded to a sickly yellow, curling at the edges like dried leaves. A faint draft carried the scent of damp earth and something else, something faintly chemical, acrid, like bleach or disinfectant gone wrong. Then I heard it again. A low murmur, barely audible, like someone talking quietly on the other side of the wall. I pressed my ear against the cold wood, heart thudding awkwardly in my chest. The voice was muffled, but clear enough to catch fragments. Can't keep this up much longer. No one knows. They're watching. The words sent a chill racing down my spine. I pulled back, trying to steady my breathing. The idea of being watched, of something hidden just beyond the walls, was no longer paranoid fantasy. It was real. I glanced at my key again, room 217. No such room existed on the layout. The corridor I was on was supposed to end at 216, but the hallway stretched further, narrowing and twisting in a way the map didn't show. I followed it, the carpet thinning into rough concrete, the walls closing in. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the building itself was holding its breath. At the end of the hall, a door stood ajar. The paint was chipped, revealing raw wood beneath, splintered and worn. From inside, a faint light flickered, casting strange, jittery shadows against the ceiling. I hesitated but pushed the door open wider. Inside was a small room, cluttered and dim. Old furniture sat covered in sheets, a thick layer of dust blanketing everything. The air was stale, tinged with the sharp scent of cleaning chemicals. In the corner, a radio crackled softly, playing static and snippets of a distant broadcast. I stepped in, eyes adjusting. On a table, I found a notebook, its pages yellowed and brittle. I flipped it open carefully. The handwriting was small, hurried notes, sketches of the building, names crossed out, scribbled warnings. They took Anna last night. Said she was troublesome. No one should ask questions. My hands trembled as I read. The notes described disappearances, strange arrivals at odd hours, and a group, staff and guests, who seemed to enforce silence with cold efficiency. The motel wasn't just hiding extra rooms. It was hiding people. People who'd vanished without a trace. The implications spiraled in my mind. I thought about the murmurs behind the walls, the altered maps, the clerk's evasiveness. This place was a trap. Not supernatural, but far worse, human cruelty, masked by neglect and secrecy. A sudden noise startled me, a soft creak from the hallway. I spun around, heart pounding, but saw only the flickering light swinging in the draft. I swallowed the lump in my throat and closed the door quietly behind me. Back in the hallway, I moved faster, the notebook clenched tightly in my hand. I knew I had to get out, but I also knew I couldn't just run blindly. I had to find evidence, proof. Someone needed to know what was happening here. I found a payphone tucked into a recessed alcove near the lobby, its receiver hanging off the hook. The cord was tangled, but the line was dead. I tried the motel's office again, but no answer. The silence was suffocating. Then, footsteps. Slow, deliberate. I ducked into a shadowed corner, heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give me away. A man passed by, his face hidden under a cap pulled low. He paused, glanced toward the door of room 217, then moved on without a word. I waited until he was gone before slipping outside. The night air hit me sharply, cool and crisp with a faint smell of pine and smoke from a distant campfire. I pulled my jacket tighter, realizing how exhausted I was. Driving away, the motel shrinking in my rearview mirror, I thought about the people trapped inside. Anna, whoever she was. The others. I didn't know their names or stories, but I knew the motel's maps were a lie meant to keep them invisible. By morning, I'd called the authorities, handed over the notebook, and shared everything I'd seen and heard. There were investigations, questions, and finally, the place was shut down. The peeling wallpaper, the flickering lights, and the secret rooms were exposed to the daylight. I never went back. The motel was demolished months later, replaced by a clearing where the trees could finally breathe again. But sometimes, when the wind rustles through the branches, I remember the silence inside those walls. The way fear could be manufactured by something as simple as a map, a locked door, a whispered warning. It changed me. I'm more cautious now, yes, but also more aware. People can hide horrors without a single scream or shadow. Sometimes, the real terror is the silence, the secrets we choose not to see. And I know I won't forget that. Not ever. Story 2, Locked Doors Motel, Secrets Behind the Hallway. The road was empty, save for the occasional blink of distant taillights swallowed by the night. I pulled in, the tires crunching on gravel scattered thinly over asphalt. The place looked tired, like it had been holding on by a thread since the days when travelers still stopped for a night instead of pushing on. A faded flower bed, choked with weeds, lined the front. The office window was dark, except for a single pale bulb flickering overhead. The kind of light that makes shadows twitch. Inside, the air hit me first. It was thick, warm and stale, with a faint chemical bite underneath the usual must of old carpets and something metallic I couldn't place. I rubbed my arms, suddenly aware of the stillness settling over the place. No hum of an air conditioner, no distant TV chatter, no clinking of dishes or laughter. Just silence. Hello? My voice felt too loud. The front desk was empty. Behind it, a set of double doors stood closed, painted a dull gray with a heavy-looking lock on the handle. A sudden shuffle to my left made me jump. A woman appeared from the hallway, eyes wide and darting. She was wearing a pale blue polo shirt with a name tag, Martha. "Can I help you?" Her voice was quick, clipped, like she wanted to get it over with. "Yeah, I'm looking for a room for the night." She glanced behind her, then back at me. "We've got a few left." "Single or double?" I groaned inwardly, feeling the weight of sleep pressing down on me. "Single's fine." She handed me a key, but her hand trembled just slightly. The key had a small plastic tag marked 12. "Room 12, she said, her eyes flicking to the double doors again. "Down the hall, second door on the right." "Thanks." I tried for a smile, but it stuck halfway, like I was missing some vital piece of the conversation. As I headed down the dim corridor, the carpet muffling my footsteps, I noticed the walls were painted an institutional beige, scuffed in places where the plaster showed through. The faint scent of bleach lingered, but it was oddly mixed with something else, coppery, like old pennies or dried blood. My throat tightened. I shook the thought away. At the end of the hall, a door with a small window had a sign taped to it, "Authorized personnel only." The lock looked newer than the others. Beyond it, muffled voices drifted, low, urgent, but indistinct. I paused, the key heavy in my palm. The hallway behind me stretched empty, the ceiling lights flickering one by one. A distant dog barked twice, sharp and lonely. I reached my room and locked the door behind me. The room was small and sterile, lit by a single lamp that buzzed softly. The bedspread was thin, the sheets crisp but smelled faintly of antiseptic. I dropped my bag onto the floor and sank onto the bed, the mattress creaking under me. From the window, I could see the parking lot empty except for 2 other cars, their windows dark. The motel sign hummed, casting its sickly glow across the lot. I pulled the curtain aside a little, trying to make sense of the quiet. Usually, there'd be people moving around at this hour, laughter, footsteps, the clink of glasses. But here, only silence. It felt unnatural. I went back to the door, pressing my ear against it, listening. The voices beyond the locked door had grown clearer, but the words still slipped through like shadows. Containment. Negative results. No symptoms. I frowned. The words didn't make sense. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if the fatigue was playing tricks. I had no reason to imagine anything strange. Just a tired traveler, a quiet motel. But then the door to the hallway creaked open. Martha slipped inside without knocking, eyes wide and frantic. She whispered, "You shouldn't be here." "Please, Just stay in your room." I blinked, caught off guard. "Why? What's going on?" Her voice dropped. "There's something wrong. We're under quarantine. It's serious. No one can leave." I felt my skin prickling, the room suddenly too hot, then too cold. Quarantine? For what? She hesitated, then shook her head. "I can't say. Just don't open the door. Don't talk to anyone." Before I could respond, she hurried back into the hall and disappeared, the door clicking shut behind her. I sat back down on the bed, the key cold against my palm, and realized that the silence outside was no longer peaceful. It was waiting, watching, and I was trapped inside. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to catch any sound beyond the thin wood. Nothing but a distant creak, then a faint shuffling too deliberate to be accidental. My heart hammered as I considered the implications. What kind of threat warranted this level of secrecy? Illness? Contamination? Or something far worse, something no one dared name? The key in my hand suddenly felt heavier, a symbol not just of confinement but of a fragile barrier between me and whatever lurked outside. I glanced at my phone, no signal. The windows were shut tight, the curtains drawn. Even the familiar hum of the outside world had vanished, replaced by an oppressive stillness that seeped into my bones. I paced the room, each step echoing against the bare walls. My mind raced, cycling through possibilities, but the truth remained elusive, buried beneath layers of fear and uncertainty. Then, a soft knock. Sharp. Insistent. My breath caught. Should I answer? Could I? The warning rang in my ears. Don't open the door. Don't talk to anyone. The knocks came again, more urgent this time, mingling with a low, almost inaudible voice calling my name. The silence was broken. The waiting was over. The pounding on the door continued, relentless. I pressed my ear against the cold wood, trying to make sense of the accent, the tone. Familiar? No, not quite. Someone I should know? Impossible. The hallway beyond was quiet, the faint buzz of a flickering fluorescent light overhead the only other sound. I wanted to shout back, to demand who it was, but the warning echoed again in my mind, don't open the door. Don't talk to anyone. The knocking stopped abruptly. Silence. Complete silence. I held my breath, waiting for a sign, any movement beyond the wall. A long minute passed. Then, footsteps light, hurried fading away down the hall. I exhaled slowly, knees weak, and leaned against the door. My mind raced. Who was that? And why had they called my name? I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. I sank onto the edge of the bed, the cheap motel sheets rough against my skin. The room felt colder now, the air stale, thick with the faint scent of mildew and that odd chemical tang I couldn't place. Maybe some kind of disinfectant? It clung to the walls, the carpet, even the scratchy curtain fabric. The smell made my nostrils flare. I glanced at the door again, then at the window. No sign of life outside. No stars. No moonlight. Just blackness. It was as if the motel existed in its own bubble, sealed away from the world. The silence pressed down hard, making the hairs on my arms stand up. I needed answers. I had to understand what I was trapped in. I decided to leave the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Maybe the lobby held clues. Maybe the staff, if they were still around, would talk. But my hands were trembling, and I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched. The hallway was dim, painted in peeling beige, lit by that same flickering light. It cast uneven shadows that danced along the walls. I walked slowly, each footstep echoing off the linoleum floor. Doors lined the corridor, mostly closed, some with signs taped to them: Room 7, Quarantine, Maintenance, Authorized Personnel Only. The locks looked newer than everything else, cleaning metal against chipped paint. I paused outside Room 7 and pressed my ear to the door. Nothing. No cough, no movement. Just silence. I tried the handle, it was locked tight. Nearby, the faint hum of a television leaked through another door. I followed the sound to Room 3. Inside, a man sat slumped in a threadbare armchair, eyes fixed on a static-filled screen. He looked up when I entered. His face was pale, almost waxen, with dark circles that made his eyes look sunken. "Hey," I said cautiously. "Are you okay?" He blinked slowly, then nodded. "Yeah. Just waiting." His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. "They said to stay in our rooms. No talking. No leaving." I frowned. "Who's they?" He hesitated, then leaned forward, lowering his voice. "The people in charge, the staff. They don't want us spreading it." "Spreading what?" I asked, my heart accelerating. He shook his head, eyes darting toward the window. "They won't say. Just told us to stay put, keep quiet. Some folks started coughing last night. Fever. But no one's been taken away." "Taken away?" The word felt heavy in my mouth. "Where?" He shrugged. "Isolation. Or worse." His gaze met mine, sharp and haunted. "You didn't hear it from me. But something's wrong here." I swallowed hard, the room suddenly too small, the air thick with unspoken dread. "Do you know what it is? The illness?" He shook his head again, voice barely audible. "No. It's new. No records, no news. Just us. And the waiting." The weight of his words settled over me like a storm cloud. I glanced around the room again, the peeling wallpaper, the worn carpet, the cracked ceiling tiles, and wondered how long this had been going on. How many people were trapped here, silent and scared? "Did you try to leave?" I asked. His eyes flickered with something like fear or shame. "Once. Security stopped me. Told me it wasn't safe. Said if I left, I'd be quarantined longer. Then they locked the doors." He paused. "I think some of the staff are scared too. They keep looking over their shoulders, whispering in the back rooms." "Back rooms?" I pressed. He nodded toward the end of the hall. "There's an office. Locked up tight. No one goes there." I thanked him and stepped back into the corridor, heart pounding. If what he said was true, this motel wasn't just a place to sleep, it was a prison. The staff's nervous glances earlier suddenly made sense. They weren't just hiding something, they were protecting themselves, or maybe hiding from something. I kept walking, eyes scanning every corner. The front desk was deserted, the computer screen dark. Papers were scattered, some marked with medical jargon I didn't understand, terms like viral load, transmission vectors, containment protocols. The language was clinical but urgent. A soft shuffling noise caught my attention. I turned to see a woman in a faded uniform slipping out from a side door, her face pale and drawn. She glanced around nervously, then hurried away down the hall. I called after her, but she didn't stop. I decided to follow, keeping my distance. The corridor twisted and narrowed until it opened into a small stairwell. The woman descended quickly, her footsteps echoing. I stayed just out of sight. At the bottom, a heavy metal door stood locked. I could hear muffled voices inside, low, urgent. Words like symptoms, spread, containment. The voices faded as the woman returned upstairs. I crouched near the door, pressing my ear to the cold metal. The sound of a cough, a dry, rattling cough, escaped from inside. I stumbled back, heart racing. Whatever was behind the door wasn't just a rumor. It was real. Back upstairs, I felt eyes on me. I turned sharply, catching a glimpse of the man from room 3 watching from a shadowed doorway. His expression was unreadable, but his tension matched mine. "Be careful," he said quietly. "They don't want anyone snooping." "Why?" I asked, though I already knew. If this was a quarantine site, secrecy was their tool. But secrets bred fear, and fear bred mistakes. I returned to my room, locking the door behind me. The key felt heavier than ever. Outside, the silence thickened, pressing through the walls. On the bedside table, my phone lay dead. No signal. No way to call for help. I sat down, the weight of the night settling deep in my chest. I needed to know more, but every answer seemed to lead to another locked door, another whispered warning. And then, just as I was about to close my eyes, a sharp series of knocks came again, this time from under the door. A folded note slid through the crack. I picked it up, fingers trembling. The message was brief. "They're watching. Don't trust the staff. Find the emergency exit behind the laundry room." I looked up, heart pounding. Who had sent the note? And could I trust it? Outside, the flickering light sputtered and died, plunging the hallway into darkness. The storm was gathering, and I was right in the middle of it. The note was thin, the paper crumpled at the edges, smelling faintly of mildew and something chemical, like the antiseptic wipes I'd seen stacked behind the front desk. I unfolded it carefully, half expecting it to be a warning, a threat, or maybe a plea. Instead, it was a name and a time. Meet me in the laundry room. Midnight. Alone. Midnight. That was in 15 minutes. I stared at the door, my breath fogging the cold wood. Silence pressed in so tightly I could hear my own heartbeat, thudding unevenly. The note wasn't signed. No indication of who might have slipped it under the door. But it was a chance to get answers. A chance to push past the suffocating quiet and locked doors. I debated. Part of me wanted to ignore it, pretend I hadn't seen, stay barricaded in my room until sunrise. But the other part, the part that had dragged me into this mess, leaned forward. Wanted to know the truth, no matter how ugly. I slipped out of bed and grabbed a thin jacket from the chair. The motel room felt colder now, like the walls were inching closer. The flickering overhead light buzzed, casting jittery shadows across the peeling wallpaper. I pressed my ear to the door, nothing but the low hum of the night's stillness. The hallway was darker than before, the single bulb at the far end sputtering weakly. My footsteps echoed, uneven and hesitant. I passed room 3 carefully, eyes fixed on the shadowed doorway where the man had stood. It was empty now. No sign of him. A shiver ran down my spine, not from cold, but from the sudden, awful realization that I was truly alone. The smell changed as I moved toward the laundry room, an acrid, metallic scent mixed with the faint sweetness of bleach. The door was locked, but unlocked from the inside, I found. It creaked open reluctantly, revealing a narrow room lined with humming machines and damp clothes tumbling in a soapy blur. There was someone inside. A woman, I realized, sitting on a battered plastic chair by the far wall. Her eyes caught mine immediately, a flicker of relief masked by exhaustion. She looked older than me, with streaks of gray in her dark hair and skin pulled tight like old leather. "You came," she said softly. Her voice cracked, but it was steady. Not many do. Most just disappear. I nodded, trying to keep my voice neutral despite the knot pulling at my throat. Who are you? She hesitated, then leaned forward, fingers twitching. Name's Elise. I've been here longer than most. They brought us in because of the symptoms. Some of us show signs, some don't. But everyone's contagious. Her eyes darted toward the door, then back to me. That's why they lock the doors. That's why they watch. They want to keep it quiet, keep it from spreading beyond these walls. I swallowed hard. What is it? What's wrong with us? She shook her head, voice barely a whisper. They don't even know exactly. It started as a fever, a cough. But then, neurological symptoms. Confusion, aggression, memory loss. Like the brain starts turning against itself. She glanced around nervously. They're running tests, but it's new. Undocumented. No treatment. No cure. The weight of her words crushed me, a cold wave spreading from my chest down to my fingers. So this place. It's a quarantine? She nodded. A containment. They bring in people who might be infected, isolate them here. But it's not foolproof. Some of the staff get sick too. That's why they're so jumpy, why they won't talk. I looked around, suddenly aware of the locked doors I'd passed on the way in. Behind each was someone else, someone like me, trapped, waiting, fading. The thought twisted my stomach. I wanted to run, to scream, but the hallway behind me was empty, silent. Is there a way out? I asked, voice trembling despite myself. Elisa's eyes were grim. No, not really. The exits are monitored. The staff won't let anyone leave. They say it's for everyone's safety. But I think they're just afraid. Afraid of what'll happen if it gets out. I thought of my phone, dead and useless, and the endless night stretching beyond the motel's cracked windows. No signal, no help. Just this place, this suffocating prison. A sudden noise made us both jump, a low thud from down the hall, followed by hurried footsteps. Elisa's face went pale. They're coming. You need to go. Now. I didn't argue. I slipped out of the laundry room as quietly as I could, heart pounding so loud I thought it might give me away. The corridor was darker still, the weak light flickering like a warning. I moved faster, adrenaline sharpening every sense. But at the end of the hall, a pair of figures blocked the exit, two staff members, faces drawn tight with exhaustion and something harder to read. One held a clipboard, the other a small flashlight that cut through the darkness like an item. Going somewhere? The man said, voice low but firm. I froze. The door behind me was locked. The exit ahead was blocked. No way out. No escape. I swallowed, hands clammy against the rough wall plaster. I just needed some air. The woman's eyes narrowed. You don't get to decide that. The clipboard rustled as the man stepped closer, the flashlight beam catching the sweat on his brow. I noticed then the faint tremor in his hands, like he was holding back a storm. You're part of this now, he said quietly. No one leaves. Silence. Complete silence. And then the lights went out. The sudden blackness was absolute, swallowing everything. I reached out blindly, heart hammering against ribs that felt too tight. Breathing turned ragged, shallow. A distant cough echoed down the hallway, wet and desperate. I realized, then, that the point of no return wasn't just about being trapped inside a building. It was about being trapped inside something far worse, The unknown, spreading silently from one person to the next, invisible and unstoppable. I was caught. Locked in with strangers who might already be sick, with staff who were both jailers and victims, and with no idea how long the night would last, how long before the sickness found me too. And in that darkness, I understood something else. I wasn't just a guest. I was part of the quarantine, part of the experiment, part of the nightmare. There was no way back. The darkness didn't just fill the motel, it consumed it, thick and complete. I swallowed hard, tasting stale air mixed with the faint metallic tang of old wiring burning out somewhere. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the sticky heat that clung to the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I tried to steady my breathing, but it came in gasps as if the air itself was too thin, too toxic. Trying to hold onto the thread of reason, I fumbled for my phone. No signal. Nothing but the dull glow of the screen, which I quickly killed, afraid the light would betray me in this place. The motel, once just a shabby pit stop, had become a trap. The locked doors, the nervous staff, the hushed warnings, they weren't just paranoia. They were walls closing in. I remembered the man's words, "You're part of this now. No one leaves." I wanted to argue, to scream, but my voice was swallowed by the dark. I wasn't even sure if anyone else was here anymore. Or if they were changed. A soft shuffling came from the next room. I froze, ears straining. The sound was uneven, ragged, like someone dragging a foot or struggling to breathe. A wet, rasping breath joined it. My throat tightened. I wanted to retreat, but I was pinned against the wall, every direction feeling like a dead end. "Hey," I whispered, voice cracking. The word felt absurd, a fragile thread thrown into the void. No answer. Only that slow, shuffling noise edging closer. I gripped the coarse plaster, nails biting into my palm. The air shifted, a whisper of movement, a faint scrape of fabric against floor tiles. I counted my heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. Then a shallow cough, closer now, rasping and wet. The door handle just beyond me rattled. Not fully turned, just a shake, as if someone was testing it. My breath hitched. Had they noticed me? Was I already a target? I shoved myself back, careful not to make too much noise, but the floor creaked beneath my weight. The handle rattled again, then stopped. Silence returned, but it wasn't comforting, only heavier. I pressed my ear to the door. Inside, the air was stale, tinged with something sour and chemical, like disinfectant mixed with sweat and decay. I thought about the other guests I'd seen earlier, their pale faces and hollow eyes. Had they become like this? Or worse? A sudden noise from the hallway made me jerk back. Footsteps, heavy and slow, approaching. Not the jittery panic of the staff earlier, but deliberate, measured. Someone else was moving through the shadows, and they weren't hiding. I backed away, heart hammering, when a small panel in the wall flickered weakly. Emergency lights? A generator kicking in? The dim red glow cast long, grotesque shadows, turning every corner into a cavern of shifting menace. The footsteps stopped outside my room. I held my breath. A key turned quietly in the lock. The door opened just a crack. A face appeared in the slit of light. Pale, sweaty, eyes darting like a cornered animal. It was the young woman from the lobby, the one who had glanced at me nervously, as if weighing some terrible choice. "Shoo," she whispered urgently, glancing behind her. "You shouldn't be here." "I'm not sick," I said, voice trembling. "I don't know what this is, I just want to leave." Her eyes flicked toward the hallway. "No one leaves. Not now. Not ever." They're watching. I wanted to press her for answers, but the fear in her voice stopped me. She looked exhausted, every inch of her taut with desperation. "Listen," she said, stepping inside quickly. "They're locking us in rooms, but it's not just quarantine. It's control. They're testing us. Watching for symptoms. Waiting for the first sign." "Who?" My voice was barely a whisper, but it felt like a scream in the stillness. "Who's doing this?" She shook her head, voice breaking. "I don't know." "Doctors? The government? People who think they're saving us but are just experimenting. Like lab rats." I swallowed a bitter lump. The flickering light above us buzzed, casting her face into sharp relief, shadowed cheeks, dark circles under eyes rimmed red from sleepless nights. "Why did you come to me?" I asked. "Because you're new," she said. "You don't belong here yet. You don't know what they've done to the others. You might still have a chance." A sudden cough shattered the moment, rasping and wet, echoing from the hallway. Both of us froze. The door creaked again, a shadow falling over the threshold. "Hide," she hissed, pulling me deeper into the room. I stumbled inside, heart slamming against my chest. She pressed a trembling hand over my mouth, eyes wide. The door swung fully open, revealing a tall man in a stained uniform, his face gaunt and pale. His eyes were sharp, wild. He scanned the room slowly, nostrils flaring as if catching a scent only he could smell. For a moment, he just stood there. Then he turned, disappearing back into the hallway. The woman exhaled sharply, collapsing against the wall. "They're hunting," she said. "Not for the virus, but for anyone who doesn't fit. Anyone who asks questions." I rubbed my arms, feeling cold despite the sticky heat. The sickness wasn't just in bodies, it was in the air, in the silence, in the way the walls seemed to close in tighter with each breath. "Do you think I'm infected?" I asked quietly. She looked at me, eyes haunted. "It doesn't matter. They don't care anymore. Once you're here, you're part of the system. And if you don't fall in line, well..." She didn't finish the sentence, but I didn't need her to. The room felt smaller now, the walls inching closer, the shadows thickening. I wanted to run, but nowhere to go. The night was far from over. A sudden noise from the vent above us, a faint scraping, like nails against metal. My skin prickled. The woman's gaze snapped upward, and she shook her head. "They're listening. Always listening." I pressed my back against the door, heart pounding in my ears. The silence returned, but it was brittle, fragile, like the calm before a storm too fierce to imagine. Minutes passed. Hours, maybe. Time lost all meaning. Then, from the hallway, a voice, low, steady, chilling. "Anyone out there? This is your last warning. Compliance is mandatory." I swallowed. The woman's hand found mine, squeezing tight. "No choice," she whispered. I closed my eyes, trying to steady the tremor in my hands, in my breath, in my very soul. There was no way back. No escape. Only the slow, suffocating descent into whatever nightmare waited in the dark. And I realized then, the real sickness wasn't just the virus. It was the silence, the fear, the control. And I was trapped inside both. The night didn't end with the voice in the hallway. I didn't move for what felt like hours, though it was probably less. The woman's grip on my hand was steady but faint, like a thread tying us both to the fragile thread of sanity we had left. Her voice, when it came again, was barely a whisper. "They're watching. They don't want us to talk, to plan, I nodded, but my throat was dry and the words stuck there, like something caught between the folds of my ribs. Outside, the faint hum of fluorescent lights flickered through the cracked doorway. Somewhere, a door slammed, muffled footsteps shuffled, too cautious to be random, too frequent to be ignored. I thought about running. The urge was sudden and powerful, like a spark catching dry grass. But where? The hallway was a cage, the locked doors a reminder that this motel was no refuge. Not in the conventional sense. I was trapped. We were all trapped. The woman shifted closer. "You need to know," she said quietly, "why they do this. Why the quarantine." Her words settled over me like a fog. I remembered the odd behavior of the staff, their nervous glances, the way the manager avoided eye contact, the locked doors that didn't seem to be for any ordinary reason. The illness they were hiding wasn't just dangerous, it was something no one could control, no one quite understood. "They think if they isolate us, keep us quiet, it'll stop spreading," she continued. "But the sickness isn't just in the body. It's in the fear, the silence. It spreads faster than the virus." I swallowed hard. It was true. The fear in this place was contagious, seeping into every corner, every breath. I could feel it in the stale air, the bitter taste at the back of my tongue, the cold sweat that clung to my skin despite the warm night. We sat like that, hands clasped, listening to the building breathe around us. The scrape at the vent returned, softer this time, almost hesitant. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination, but the woman's eyes told me otherwise. "They're close," she said. "Always close." Then the first light cracked through the blinds. Pale, uncertain, like the beginning of something neither of us wanted to face. The night had passed, but the weight it left behind was heavier than before. The next morning, I woke to a silence that was different, less brittle, but no less ominous. The hallway outside our room was empty, the usual hum replaced by an eerie stillness. I glanced at the woman who had fallen asleep beside me, her face pale but peaceful for the first time in hours. I needed answers. Not just about the illness, but about the people who ran this place, who kept us here like prisoners. I slipped out of bed, careful not to wake her, and crept toward the door. The corridor smelled faintly of disinfectant and something else, something metallic and sharp. The flickering lights overhead cast long, wavering shadows. I leaned my ear against the door, catching snippets of voices overlapping, hurried, nervous. "They're deteriorating faster," one voice said. "Containment's failing," another replied. I felt a chill run down my spine. Containment was failing. That meant the quarantine wasn't working. It meant the sickness was still out there, still spreading. I stepped back into the room and sat down heavily. The woman stirred, eyes fluttering open. "I have to see," I said. "I need to know what's really happening." She looked at me, a flicker of fear and something else, hope, in her gaze. "Promise me you'll be careful." I nodded, though I wasn't sure I believed my own words. The day stretched long and slow. I moved cautiously through the motel, piecing together fragments of what I overheard and glimpsed their hurried meetings in the office behind locked doors, the hushed conversations through cracked windows, the empty rooms we passed that smelled faintly of bleach and despair. There were signs of struggle, too. A chair overturned in the lobby, a discarded medical mask on the floor, a hastily scrawled note stuck to the wall. "They're not safe. Don't trust." It was hard to tell who they were. The staff? The sick? The watchers who patrol the halls when the sun dips below the horizon? Everyone seemed caught in the same web, but some threads were tighter, darker. By evening, I found myself back in our room, the woman's presence a quiet anchor in the storm of uncertainty. We talked, finally, about the fear, the loss, the strange helplessness that came with being locked away from the world. "I thought if I came here, I'd be safe, I said, voice breaking. Instead, it's like the walls are closing in. She reached across the small table, brushing a stray lock of hair from my forehead. Maybe safety was never the point, she said softly. Maybe it was about control. The truth hung between us, heavy and undeniable. The motel wasn't just a quarantine site. It was a cage, a place designed to hold the unknown at bay by keeping people silent, isolated, and scared. That night, I lay awake longer than before, listening to the silence that now felt less like a prison and more like a warning. I thought about the guests who came before us, the ones we never saw, the ones who had vanished behind locked doors and never returned. I thought about what would happen if the sickness escaped this place. If the silence broke. If the fear spilled out into the world. And I knew, somehow, I was different now. Not just because I'd survived, but because I'd seen how fragile the line was between safety and captivity, between hope and despair. Morning came again, pale and uncertain. When I stepped outside, the air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and distant rain. The world beyond the motel looked the same, but I knew it wasn't. I wasn't the same. The woman and I parted ways quietly, a silent understanding passing between us. She disappeared down the cracked pavement, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the long road ahead. As I walked away from the motel, the building faded behind me, its windows like dark, watchful eyes. The fear hadn't left entirely. It lingered, a shadow beneath my skin. But so had something else, a stubborn thread of defiance, a quiet refusal to be swallowed by silence. I didn't know what the future held. The illness was still out there, still waiting. The watchers would keep their vigil, and the guests would keep their secrets. But I had a choice now. To speak. To remember. To resist. The motel was a scar on the landscape, a wound that might never fully heal. But it was also a reminder that even in the darkest places, the human spirit could endure. And sometimes, that was enough. Story 3, Passengers from Elsewhere, Haunting Commutes Across Realities. The morning air was colder than usual, biting at the back of my neck through the cracked window as I waited on the corner of 7th and Maple. I tapped the steering wheel, the textured leather rough under my fingers, and watched a dog sniffing around a trash bin. The smells were a mix of damp asphalt and early spring blooms, a strange combination that seemed almost hopeful on a morning this gray. The sky hung low, heavy with clouds that hadn't yet decided whether to rain or just drone on with grayness. The street lamp flickered above me, once, twice, then settled into a steady glow. I wondered if it was the bulb or the wiring failing, but didn't have the energy to care much. The carpool was supposed to pick up 3 people before heading downtown, and I was the last driver, the one who looped back through the neighborhoods most of the others avoided. I liked that part, the quiet streets, the way the city changed when you left the main arteries. But lately, there had been changes. Small, almost imperceptible shifts that set my teeth on edge. At 7:18 sharp, the first passenger showed. A woman I'd never seen before, standing just beyond the curb, her eyes scanning the street like she was searching for something invisible. She looked out of place, thin layers despite the chill, a scarf that didn't quite cover her neck the way it should, and a bag that looked too heavy for what she carried. When she stepped into the car, there was a faint smell of something metallic and cold, like a hospital corridor or a subway station deep underground. "I'm coming from another version of the city," she said, her voice calm but with a strange edge. "You might have heard of me." I blinked. "Excuse me?" She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Parallel City. You know, the one just a little to the left of here, where things went differently." I laughed, the sound hollow in the stillness. "That's a new one. We usually just get the usual commuters." She shrugged, settling into the seat like she'd been riding with us for weeks. Maybe. But I'm here now. That was the first odd thing. I shrugged and started the engine, telling myself people said stranger things to pass time. I didn't want to be that guy who asked too many questions, the one who made the ride uncomfortable. At the next stop, a man waiting near a cracked street sign stepped in. He nodded at the woman, a flicker of recognition passing between them. He had that look, a mix of exhaustion and something else I couldn't place. His clothes were neat but worn, a briefcase that seemed heavier than it had any right to be. I'm from the city where the bridge collapsed last month, he said before I could even ask where he was from. You'll want to watch the traffic near the river. I frowned. That bridge? The one over the East Side Canal? That was weeks ago. The news was still fading from memory, but the man spoke as if it was yesterday, like he'd just stepped off a bus. Sounds rough, I replied, my voice uneven. But we're fine here. No bridge problems. He shook his head. Not here. But soon. His eyes locked with mine for a second, and I felt a chill creep down my spine. Soon enough. The last passenger was already waiting when we pulled up to the corner of Pine and 3rd. A young woman, her hands stuffed deep in her coat pockets, eyes darting nervously to the street. I noticed her shoes were scuffed, the soles worn thin. She climbed in without a word, and the car immediately felt heavier, the air, cold and heavy with silence thicker. Ever hear about the disappearances? She asked suddenly, voice low, almost a whisper. I blinked again. Disappearances? People gone without a trace. No notes, no warnings. Not here, but nearby. Maybe a few blocks over, but in another version of the city. I wanted to laugh. Instead, I swallowed hard and nodded. You will have some pretty grim versions of this place. She smiled, but it was brittle, like a thin sheet of ice cracking underfoot. Maybe it's just a metaphor. Or maybe it's a warning. The radio crackled, shifting to a local station. The DJ's voice was cheerful, but there was an edge to the news, an alert about traffic snarls ahead, a caution to avoid the intersection by the old mill. A minor accident, they said. Nothing serious, but enough to slow things down. The woman in the front seat shifted, fingers tapping on her knee. That's where it starts. The small things. We drove into the city, the streets growing busier with each block. The usual morning rush, horns, shouted instructions, the scrape of tires on wet roads. But beneath the noise, something hummed, a quiet tension I couldn't shake. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Their faces were unreadable, but their eyes held a weight I couldn't explain. At the stoplight, a man crossed hurriedly, nearly slipping on the slick pavement. The smell of rain teased the air now, a faint promise of storms. I wondered if I was losing it, if the day was just too gray, or if these strangers really were harbingers of something darker. When we finally reached downtown, I pulled over near the office building, the usual drop-off point. The 3 passengers gathered their things silently, the air between us thick with unspoken questions. Before stepping out, the man with the briefcase looked back. You'll see. The city shifts. The cracks get whiter. I nodded, though I wasn't sure what I was agreeing to. After they left, the weight in the car lingered. The faint metallic scent, the chill in the air, the flickering street lamp outside. I sat for a moment longer, hands gripping the wheel, trying to steady the tremor I hadn't noticed creeping into my fingers. Something was wrong, but I wasn't sure if it was them, or if the city itself was starting to unravel beneath my feet. I started the engine again, but the road ahead felt less certain than before. The rain had stopped, but the air still hung heavy, soaked through and clinging to my jacket like a second skin. The man with the briefcase's words echoed in my mind, the city shifts. The cracks get whiter. I didn't know what he meant exactly. Was it a metaphor? A warning? Or something worse? The thought made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. I started the engine and pulled out onto the street, the car's headlights throwing long, blurred shadows down the slick pavement. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those three faces looking back at me. But the street was empty, washed clean by rain and silence. Back home, the kitchen smelled faintly of cold coffee and stale bread. I dumped my wet coat on the chair, rubbed my hands together, and sat at the table. The clock ticked loudly in the quiet. I replayed the morning's pickups, the strange stories about parallel cities, the way each stranger slipped details about accidents or disappearances that later showed up in the news or whispered conversations at work. I'd started keeping a notebook, just a habit, something to ground me. I flipped it open now, the pages crinkled and stained with coffee rings. Every name, every detail, carefully logged. The man with the briefcase had spoken about cracks in cities shifting. I scribbled the phrase at the top of a fresh page. I wasn't sure what I was looking for. A pattern, maybe. Some explanation. But the pieces didn't fit neatly. They never did. The next morning, I woke with a dull ache behind my eyes, the city's gray light filtering in through the curtains. I made coffee, black and bitter, and stared at the steaming mug as I waited for the carpool to start. I decided to keep driving, to see if the pattern held, if the stories continued to predict something real. To do nothing felt like surrender. My phone buzzed on the counter. A text from Sarah, my closest friend. You sure you're okay? You sound weird on the phone. I hesitated. How could I explain the impossible? That strangers from other versions of our city, versions I couldn't prove existed, were riding in my car each morning? That their stories were bleeding over into this reality? I typed back slowly. Just tired. Lots on my mind. She replied quickly. Come out tonight. We need to catch up. I wanted to say yes, but something told me not to. Not yet. The carpool started like any other. I pulled up to the usual spots, watching for the faces that never belonged. The first was a woman in a bright yellow raincoat, her hair damp and curling around her face. She climbed in without a word, I starting nervously. Her story was about a bridge collapse on 7th Street, something I hadn't heard about. She described it in detail: cracked concrete, rusted cables, emergency crews overwhelmed. Later that day, the news reported a partial closure of the 7th Street Bridge for urgent repairs. No collapse. Not yet. But the tone was urgent, warnings about structural integrity and safety risks. My chest tightened. I kept my eyes on the road, trying to ignore the cold sweat on my neck. This was no coincidence. Days passed. The carpool grew heavier, the stories darker. Another stranger told me about a missing teenager, vanished after a night out near the waterfront. I remembered the story. I'd seen flyers pinned to lampposts, the girl's face pale and desperate. The dates matched the stranger's timeline. I started jotting down times, locations, names, details. Cross-referencing with news reports, social media posts, police bulletins. The connections multiplied, a web tightening around me. At work, I couldn't focus. My hands shook when I reached for my coffee mug. I'd stopped telling Sarah about the carpool, afraid she'd think I was unraveling. Maybe I was. One evening, after dropping off the last passenger, I noticed a figure standing across the street. A man in a dark jacket, hands shoved deep in his pockets, watching. The fading light caught the edge of his face. No one I recognized. He didn't move when I locked the doors, didn't flinch when I glanced back. Just stood there like a shadow waiting to solidify. The street lamp flickered overhead, casting the sidewalk into a rhythm of light and dark. My breath came out in shallow puffs, the cold biting in my cheeks. I wanted to drive away, fast, but something rooted me in place. The man's eyes caught mine for a moment, no warmth, no fear. Just a blank, unreadable stare. I shifted the car into gear, slowly pulled away. The man didn't follow. The next day was worse. I arrived early, hoping to get ahead of whatever was coming. The first stranger was a young man, jittery, speaking in quick bursts. He told me about a protest planned downtown for the weekend, one that wouldn't make the headlines until it spiraled out of control, people missing, police overwhelmed, chaos creeping into the streets like a slow poison. I should have dismissed it as paranoia. Instead, I listened. At the office, I scoured the internet, digging through event pages, local forums, social media chatter. The protest was real, scheduled. But there was talk of a fringe group planning something unpredictable, something disruptive. That night, I stayed up late, staring at the ceiling. The city felt different, edges sharper, shadows deeper. The rain tapped against the window, a steady, unsettling rhythm. I thought about the man with the briefcase, his warning about the cracks. Maybe the city wasn't just shifting. Maybe it was fracturing. My phone buzzed again. A message from an unknown number. Stop looking. I froze. The screen's glow felt like a spotlight in the dark. No name, no reply. Just those 2 words. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I arrived at the usual spot, heart pounding. No strangers waiting. The street was empty, save for a stray cat darting between parked cars. The air smelled like wet earth and something metallic faint under it, the scent making my stomach knot. Then I saw the message again on my phone, this time scrawled on a crumpled piece of paper tucked between the windshield wiper and the glass. You're in over your head. My hands trembled so badly I had to set the paper down before I dropped it. I looked around. The street was still empty. No sign of the watchers, the strangers, the warnings. Just the city, gray and indifferent. But I knew better. The cracks weren't just in the city. They were in me, too. And whatever was coming next wouldn't wait for my permission. The cold bit through my thin jacket as I stood by the car, the crumpled note still damp and curled between my fingers. I shoved the paper into my coat pocket and slid into the driver's seat, the leather cold beneath me. My hands trembled again as I started the engine. Something about that note, it wasn't just a threat. It was a boundary, a line drawn in the dark, daring me to cross it. I wasn't sure if I had a choice anymore. The next morning, I woke with the taste of stale coffee still clinging to my tongue and my phone buzzing violently on the bedside table. I grabbed it without opening my eyes, assuming it was another anonymous message. Instead, it was Mark, my carpool partner. Normally, Mark was the steady one, the guy who kept us all sane when the stories got too wild. But his text was different, short, clipped, almost panicked. Meet me at the diner. ASAP. Need to talk. I dressed quickly, the knot in my stomach tightening with each step. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, heavy enough to threaten rain but hanging on. The air smelled faintly of exhaust and something else, something I couldn't place. Metallic, maybe? Like rusted iron left out in the rain. When I got to the diner, Mark was already there, sitting in the corner booth with his head down, fingers drumming nervously on the Formica table. His face looked pale under the harsh fluorescent lights, eyes darting toward the door every few seconds. "Hey," I said, sliding in across from him. "You okay?" He shook his head, voice low. "No, not really. You're not imagining things. The messages, the disappearances, it's worse than I thought." I swallowed hard. "What do you mean?" Mark leaned in, lowering his voice even more. I did some digging last night, after you texted me. Pulled up old police reports, news stories. There's a pattern. Not just random accidents or missing people. These incidents line up with the days those strangers show up for the carpool. I blinked, trying to process that. Wait. You mean? Exactly. Someone's tracking us. Or maybe they're using us. The idea settled in my chest like a weight. Tracking us. Using us. The strangers we picked up weren't just lost souls from another city or reality. They were part of something bigger, something organized. Do you think it's all some kind of experiment? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Mark shrugged, but his eyes were sharp, calculating. I don't know. But there's more. One of the missing persons? Someone who vanished 2 weeks ago. Turns out he was at the diner right before he disappeared. Sitting in that exact booth. He pointed to the one across from us. I glanced around. The place looked ordinary enough, greasy spoon style with neon signs flickering weakly in the window, the smell of burnt coffee lingering. Nothing supernatural here. Just people and their routines. Why here? I wondered aloud. Because, Mark said, this is where the lines blur. People come and go, some don't leave. And the strangest part? All the disappearances and accidents happen near places where these strangers first appeared. The implication hit me like a punch in the gut. The city itself wasn't just a backdrop. It was a stage. And we were caught in the middle, puppets in a play we never auditioned for. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog creeping into my thoughts. So if these strangers are real people, no magic, no alternate universes, just people with a plan, then what's their goal? Mark shrugged again, but there was tension in his jaw. Control. Influence. Maybe even fear. Whoever's behind this wants us to believe the city is cracking. That reality is fragile. But maybe they're the ones cracking it. We fell silent, the hum of the diner filling the space between us. Outside, a sudden gust rattled the window panes, and a stray dog barked somewhere in the distance. The city felt colder, less familiar. I rubbed my temples. This wasn't just about stories anymore. It was about survival. About knowing when the story ends and the real threat begins. Have you told anyone else? I asked. Mark shook his head. No. Who would believe us? The cops. They're already dismissing the disappearances as runaways or accidents. No one wants to dig deeper. I nodded. I understood. Once you start asking questions like this, you risk becoming the problem. Then what do we do? I asked. Mark's eyes met mine, steady and dark. We watch. We listen. And we don't pick up strangers anymore. The words hung between us, heavier than any threat. No more strangers. But that meant breaking the routine, shattering the fragile normalcy we clung to. As I left the diner, the sky opened up, rain pelting the pavement like cold nails. The city blurred behind the windshield, the familiar shapes distorted through streaks of water. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, not just from the other side of the glass, but closer. Closer than I wanted to admit. Back at the carpool spot, I noticed the faintest scratch on the door handle, something I hadn't seen before. Not deep enough to be vandalism, but deliberate. A message. A warning. I reached out, fingers trembling, and traced the line with my thumb. It felt rough, like unfinished business. That night, I couldn't sleep again. The air in my apartment was stale, the curtains twitching in a light breeze that didn't belong. My phone buzzed once more. Unknown number. No words. Just a small, chilling photo attached, a picture of my car, taken from across the street, parked and empty. I stared at the screen, breath shallow. They were closer than I thought. There was no turning back. The cracks had spread beyond the city, beyond the strangers, beyond the stories. They were inside my world now. And somewhere, someone was waiting for me to make the next move. The night clung tight like a wet shirt, cold and suffocating. Sleep was a stranger. The stale air in the apartment felt thick enough to choke on, and the curtains fluttered softly, like whispered secrets just out of reach. I kept glancing toward the window, half expecting to see a figure standing beyond the glass, but only the empty street stared back. Morning came too fast, breaking through the thin veil of night. I didn't want to get up, but the weight of what was happening pressed on me, demanded it. I needed to move, to do something. Anything. I pulled on my jacket, the fabric rough against my skin, and stepped outside. The city was waking, but the streets felt hollow, like a breath held too long. The scratch on the car door handle from the night before still nagged at me, a silent accusation. I traced it again with my thumb. Rough and deliberate. Not random. I tried calling the others in the carpool, but no one picked up. Messages went unanswered. Even Danny, who usually cracked jokes by 7 a.m., was silent. That was a bad sign. I drove to the usual spot, the parking lot empty except for my car. No strangers waiting. No new faces. The air smelled faintly of gasoline and damp concrete. I ran my fingers over the steering wheel, the leather worn and cracked beneath my palms. Nothing else. No clues. No sign of anyone. Then, the phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. I swallowed hard and opened the message. This time, no photo. Just a single sentence typed out in stark black letters. Look behind you. I didn't turn immediately. My breath caught in my throat. The room felt smaller, the walls inching closer like they wanted to crush me. The streetlight outside flickered, casting the world in uneven shadows. Slowly, reluctantly, I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing. Empty hallway. Just the dull hum of the city beyond my door. I blinked. Heart hammering. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe I was losing it. But then the sound came, soft, deliberate footsteps on the pavement outside. Not from the street. From the alley beside the building. I moved to the window, sliding the curtain aside just a crack. A figure stood there, half hidden in shadow, watching. Not moving. Just waiting. I couldn't see a face. Just a dark shape. I closed the curtain and backed away, the taste of dust and anxiety thick on my tongue. The message wasn't a prank. It was a warning. I needed answers, and the only way was to confront whoever was following me. That afternoon, I found myself sitting in the coffee shop near the carpool spot, nursing a cold cup of black coffee that bit my tongue with bitterness. The place was quiet, the low murmur of conversations and the hiss of the espresso machine a thin veil over the creeping dread inside me. I wasn't alone for long. Mara slid into the seat across from me, her eyes sharp and tired, like she'd seen too much and too little all at once. You got the texts too, she said without preamble. Her voice was low, almost a whisper. I nodded, pulling the phone from my pocket. This morning. Look behind you. She shivered. They're messing with us. But it's more than that. Someone knows where we are, what we're doing. I stared at her, trying to read the layers beneath her words. Mara was usually the calmest among us, the most grounded. If she was rattled, it meant the situation had tipped into something dangerous. But why? I asked. She leaned in, voice dropping even lower. Because we've crossed a line. We're not just picking up strangers anymore. We're exposing someone who doesn't want to be found. The weight of her words settled like a stone in my stomach. I thought about the people who'd vanished after riding with us, the accidents predicted by those strange, parallel city stories, and the scratches on my car door. It wasn't coincidence. It was a warning. We need to stick together, Mara said. Figure out who's behind this before it's too late. I wanted to argue. To say I could handle it on my own. But the truth was, I didn't know if I could. Later that evening, I went back to the carpool spot, the streetlights casting long, eerie shadows across the cracked pavement. The city felt heavier here, like the air was thick with secrets. I scanned the area, every sense straining. And then I saw him. A man standing just beyond the row of parked cars, his face obscured by the brim of a hat pulled low. He didn't move, just watched. My throat tightened. I stepped forward, voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. Who are you? He didn't answer. Instead, he took a slow step closer. I backed up, heart pounding, every instinct screaming to run. But where? The city was a maze, and he knew it better than I did. Why are you following me? I demanded. He finally spoke, voice low and even. Because you're asking questions you shouldn't. His words hit me like a slap, cold and unyielding. I wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but the world tilted. My legs wobbled beneath me. Then the man turned and disappeared into the night, swallowed by the shadows. I stood there, alone and trembling, the scratch on my car door suddenly feeling like a scream. Someone was watching. Waiting. And they didn't want me to find the truth. The street was silent again, but I knew better. This was only the beginning. The silence after he disappeared was the kind that settles deep into your bones, like the cold you can't shake even indoors. I didn't move for a long time. The city around me was still, but I could hear the distant thump-thump of a dog's paws on asphalt, the faint hum of a fridge somewhere, the occasional creak of a loose shutter banging against a window frame. It was all so ordinary, so utterly mundane, yet I knew the undercurrent was anything but. I finally forced my legs to carry me back to the car. My hands trembled as I locked the doors, double-checked the windows, even stared out into the darkened street as if expecting him to reappear. But no one came. I drove home with the radio off, the night air stale through the cracked window. Every shadow outside leaned in, heavy with possibilities I didn't want to entertain. I kept replaying his words, because you're asking questions you shouldn't. What exactly was I asking? How deep did this rabbit hole go? And who was he, really? Morning came too fast. The sunlight spilled through the blinds in uneven stripes, dust motes dancing in the slant like tiny ghosts. I woke with a tightness in my chest, a hangover of dread that no coffee could fix. The carpool was waiting as usual, and so were the strangers. But something had shifted. There was a new edge to their voices, a tightness behind their eyes, like they were all bracing for a storm none of us could see. Jenna was the first to speak. Did you see that? Last night? Her fingers twisted the strap of her bag nervously. I mean, the guy? Outside the apartment? I nodded. Yeah. He was watching me. No one else saw him? Mark asked from the back seat. I shook my head. Just me. The car moved forward, the city waking up in a slow crawl. The usual chatter about parallel versions of our streets felt heavier now, less like strange stories and more like something urgent. I looked around, trying to catch the eye of any of them, searching for reassurance or answers. That's when Sarah, the quiet one who'd been riding with us for 2 weeks, spoke up. Maybe it's not about other worlds. Maybe it's about this one, our world, right here. The ones who don't want us digging. I swallowed hard. Her voice was low but steady, like she was testing the idea as much as presenting it. We all fell silent after that. The city blurred past the windows, familiar but suddenly foreign. I thought about the disappearances, the accidents I'd heard about in the news that matched stories from the strangers. Coincidence? Or something darker? When I pulled up to my stop, I hesitated. The street outside was quiet, too quiet, and the morning air felt thick with expectation. I glanced at the rearview mirror. No one was behind me. But the feeling didn't leave. That day at work was a fog. I kept seeing shadows in corners of my vision, hearing voices in the hum of the fluorescent lights. My phone buzzed with news alerts, another accident, another person missing. The details stuck too closely to the stories I heard in the carpool. I felt like a slow-motion witness to an unfolding nightmare. That evening, I returned to the spot where I'd seen the man. The street lamp flickered, casting uneven light on the cracked pavement. The scratch on my car door had somehow deepened, like it was bleeding rust. I waited. Minutes passed. Cars drove by without stopping. Then I heard footsteps, soft, measured, deliberate. I turned quickly, heart hammering against my ribs. It was Jenna. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I wanted to see if you were okay. I nodded, suddenly grateful for the company. You think it's over? She shook her head. I don't know if it ever will be. We talked for hours, sharing what we'd learned, what we feared. The stories from the strangers, the warnings, the disappearances, they all pointed to something closing in, not from another dimension, but from this one. The next morning, the carpool was smaller. Some had vanished without a word. The ones left looked older, wearier, like they'd aged a decade overnight. I realized then that crossing dimensions might have been a metaphor all along, a way to describe how thin the veil was between safety and danger, normalcy and chaos, trust and betrayal. The parallel worlds weren't places you could visit or escape to. They were warnings, reflections of what would happen if we looked too closely or stayed too long. And now, I was part of that. I stopped asking questions aloud. I learned to listen instead, to the silences, the glances, the spaces between the words. I changed. I became quieter, sharper, more cautious. The city didn't feel like home anymore. It felt like a maze lined with mirrors, each reflecting a version of myself I didn't want to meet. Sometimes, when the light hits the car just right, I still see the scratch. Like it's alive, waiting. I don't know what he wanted or who he was. Maybe it doesn't matter. What matters is that some doors, once opened, never close the same way again. And some warnings, no matter how much you try, you can't ignore. I learned to watch for shadows in broad daylight, to trust silence over words. Because sometimes, the quiet holds the loudest threats. Jenna lit a cigarette, the faint glow briefly illuminating the tight line of her lips. You think you're the only one haunted by something that shouldn't be there? She asked, exhaling smoke that curled like smoke rings of doubt. I carry my own ghosts, ones that don't fade with the dawn. Across the table, Marcus leaned back, fingers drumming a restless rhythm. Ghosts are just memories wearing different masks, he said quietly. But sometimes, the real danger isn't in the past, it's in what you choose to do with it now. You can't outrun the scratch on the car, or the shadow lurking just out of sight. You have to face it. I glanced between them, feeling the weight of their words settle like dust in the still air. Maybe, I said, but facing it doesn't mean you have to become it. The trick is holding on to who you were before the door opened. The silence that followed wasn't empty, it was charged, a shared understanding that some lines, once crossed, change everything. Story 4, Eyes in Every Room, the Neighborhood Watch Surveillance. Our street had always been quiet, the kind of quiet that made you notice the faintest sound, like the scrape of a sneaker against pavement, or the distant hum of a lawnmower winding down. I lived in the little yellow house on the corner, the one with the cracked front steps and the stubborn rose bush my mother planted years ago. My apartment felt like a second home, even though I'd moved in just a few months ago. I liked the way the late afternoon light spilled through the kitchen window, casting long, warm shadows across the counters. It smelled faintly of old wood and the lemon cleaner I used to wipe down the surfaces every Saturday morning, a ritual I never quite skipped. That Saturday started like any other. I brewed coffee that was slightly too bitter and leaned against the counter, watching the steam curl up in lazy spirals. The radio played a soft jazz station, the kind you barely notice until it stops. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and sudden, then silence again. The air smelled faintly of wet earth, a leftover from the light rain the night before. Around 10, there was a knock at the door, 3 quick raps, deliberate but not urgent. I frowned. Visitors were rare this early on a weekend. When I opened it, Mrs. Perkins from 3 doors down was standing there, clipboard in hand, a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She wore the knitted cardigan she always wore, the one with the moth holes near the cuffs. "Good morning, Sarah," she said. "I'm here on behalf of the Neighborhood Watch Committee." I blinked, stepping back to let her in. The inside of her car still smelled faintly of peppermint gum. I remembered that from the last block party, where she'd insisted on handing me a pack. "Neighborhood Watch," I said, already guessing where this was heading. "Yes," she nodded, stepping into the living room as if it were her own. "We're rolling out a new safety initiative. Cameras. Hidden cameras, actually. In every home." I waited for the punchline. "Under the guise of keeping everyone safe," she added, seeing the skepticism on my face. "Burglary's been down lately, sure, but petty theft, vandalism, even things like mail tampering have crept up. The cameras will help us catch those responsible. It's for the community's benefit." I looked at her, the clipboard that held a form to sign. The paper felt rough in my hand. The idea wasn't entirely new. There had been whispers at the last block meeting, but having it thrust into my living room was different. More invasive. "I'm not sure," I said slowly, already feeling the weight of surveillance pressing in. "Hidden cameras inside the house? That seems excessive." Mrs. Perkins smiled again, but it was thinner this time. "They're discreet, Sarah. High quality. No one needs to know they're there. Just a little extra protection." She went on about how the footage would only be reviewed by the watch committee, how privacy was respected, and how the cameras were just another layer of security, like locks on doors or the streetlights that flicker on just after dusk. I nodded, even as a small shiver crawled up my spine. The room felt suddenly colder, the sunlight less friendly. My gaze drifted to the window, where the reflection of the street behind me seemed too sharp, too watchful. After she left, I sat down with the form and stared at it. The paper was heavier than I expected, the words printed in tiny, almost unreadable type. I ran my fingers over the lines, wondering what I was really agreeing to. The thought of strangers, or worse, neighbors watching my every move was unsettling, but I told myself it was just paranoia. A small price for safety, maybe. That evening, the neighborhood looked the same, but something had shifted. The usual murmurs of children playing and adults chatting by their mailboxes felt hushed, as if everyone was holding their breath. I noticed the new small black boxes mounted near porch lights and behind flower beds, blinking faint red lights that suggested life, surveillance. They looked like bugs, watching. I went for a walk, hoping to shake the uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. The air was cooler now, with a faint smell of burning leaves from a neighbor's backyard fire pit. The uneven sidewalk beneath my sneakers felt familiar and grounding. Still, I found myself glancing over my shoulder more than once, catching a glimpse of a darkened window or a shadow that didn't belong. At the corner, I passed Mr. Collins, who was busy adjusting one of the cameras on his front porch. He looked up, caught my eye, and smiled too widely. "Good to see you out and about, Sarah. These things will keep us all safe." I forced a smile back, but something about the way he said it felt off, like a warning rather than reassurance. I moved on, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot the only sound accompanying me. Back home, I couldn't shake the feeling of ice everywhere, not just outside, but inside too. The walls seemed thinner, the floors creakier. Even the comforting hum of the old refrigerator sounded intrusive somehow. Later that night, as I lay in bed, the street lamp outside flickered, casting a rhythm of light and shadow across the ceiling. I thought about the cameras, about what they might catch, how they changed the way I moved, the way I lived. I tried to tell myself I was being silly. But then I remembered the way Mrs. Perkins' smile didn't quite reach her eyes, and the way Mr. Collins had said it. Safe. 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 The word echoed in my head, but it didn't feel like safety anymore. It felt like something else. Silence. Complete silence. And then, the faintest click from the hallway. The click from the hallway came again, quieter this time, like a soft tap on a hollow door. I reached for the bedside lamp, the warm glow cutting through the shadows like an item through silk. The familiar scent of lemon-scented cleanser mixed with the faint mustiness of old books filled the room. I swallowed hard, the dry air scratching at my throat. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and urgent. The neighborhood was supposed to be safe. That was the whole point, wasn't it? Cameras everywhere, eyes everywhere, but the only thing they caught was how well we'd learned to watch each other. I slipped out of bed, bare feet cold against the hardwood floor. The hallway stretched ahead, narrower than I remembered, walls closing in with the weight of unseen scrutiny. The flickering street lamp outside cast restless shadows that seemed to pulse, breathing with the rhythm of my own quickening pulse. I wanted to check the cameras, to see if any recorded movement, but the idea of being watched back made my skin crawl. The next morning, I woke with a stiff neck and a dry mouth, sunlight stabbing through the curtains and glinting off the sleek black lenses embedded in the corners of every room. Their glossy surfaces felt like eyes, cold and unblinking, and I couldn't help but imagine them following my every move. I turned the coffee pot on, the gurgling sound oddly comforting in the quiet kitchen. The smell of burnt toast lingered from earlier, though I hadn't made any. A small detail, but enough to make me question the stability of my own memory. Later that day, I found myself walking the neighborhood with a newfound wariness. The camera installation trucks had disappeared, but their work was unmistakable. Tiny devices peered from eaves, behind flower pots, even concealed within the bark of trees lining the sidewalks. Everyone seemed to accept it with a kind of numb resignation. The usual morning greetings felt strained, as if the cameras had sucked the warmth from our voices. I stopped by Mrs. Perkins' porch. She was there, rocking slowly, knitting needles clicking like a metronome. Her eyes flicked up as I approached, sharp and assessing. "Morning," I said, trying to sound casual. "Morning," she replied, voice low, almost cautious. "You're up early." "Couldn't sleep," I admitted, nodding toward the cameras. "You think they're doing any good?" She shrugged, her hands never stopping their rhythm. "They catch everything. Too much, maybe. People start looking for trouble where there isn't any." Her words stuck with me as I walked on. I thought of Mr. Collins, his forced smile, the way he'd said safe. Like a warning, not a promise. It made me wonder how long before suspicion replaced trust entirely in this neighborhood. By afternoon, I had pulled out the small notebook I kept tucked in my jacket pocket. I jotted down observations, small oddities that didn't seem to fit. The way Mr. Jenkins never left his house except to glance at his own camera feeds. The quiet tension in the air when neighbors passed each other on the street, eyes darting to the hidden lenses. Then there was the message. I found it pinned to my mailbox, a plain white envelope with no return address. Inside, a single sheet of paper bore a typed warning, "Watch who watches you." My hand shook as I held it, the paper rough against my fingers. I looked around, the usual suburban calm suddenly fragile, like a glass about to shatter. Who could have left it? A neighbor? Someone watching me already? That night, sleep was elusive. Shadows gathered in the corners of my room, alive with whispered accusations I couldn't quite hear. The cameras blinked silently from their perches, unmoving but all-seeing. I kept imagining faces behind the lenses, neighbors I'd known for years, now transformed into something unrecognizable. I had to know more. I had to understand what this neighborhood watch had become. The next morning, I stopped by the community center where the watch meetings were held. The room was empty except for a stack of pamphlets on the table. Your safety, our priority. I flipped through one, the glossy paper promising peace of mind but offering only vague reassurances. Then I noticed the sign-in sheet for volunteers, a long list of names, some familiar, others not. At the bottom, someone had scrawled a message in hurried handwriting. Not all cameras are public. A chill ran down my spine. What did that mean? Hidden feeds? Secret viewers? I folded the paper carefully and slipped it into my pocket. Outside, a car passed slowly, windows tinted too dark to see inside. I caught the reflection of a face in the glass, mine, wide-eyed and tense. Back home, the afternoon sun slanted through the blinds, dust motes drifting lazily in the golden light. But the warmth felt hollow. I checked the monitors again, scanning for unusual activity. One feed caught my attention, the camera in the neighbor's living room. A faint movement, a shadow crossing the room, but no one was supposed to be home. I leaned closer, breath hitching. Then the figure appeared, not a stranger, but Mrs. Perkins. She stood motionless for a moment, then turned sharply, as if sensing the camera's gaze. Her expression was unreadable, but the tension in her shoulders spoke volumes. I sat back, heart pounding. The cameras weren't just tools for safety. They were instruments of control, turning neighbors into sentinels and prisoners all at once. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be the one to break the silence, but I couldn't ignore it any longer. The line between protector and watcher was blurring. And somewhere in all this watching, someone was watching me. The phone rang, sharp and sudden, breaking the quiet. I glanced at the screen, no caller ID. I hesitated, then answered. "Hello?" Silence. Then a whisper, barely audible, "Be careful who you trust." The line went dead. I stared at the receiver, breath caught in my throat. The neighborhood watch wasn't just about cameras. It was about something deeper, something darker. And I was right in the middle of it. The receiver slipped from my trembling fingers and hit the hardwood floor with a hollow thud. I wanted to tell myself it was a prank, some twisted joke by one of the neighborhood kids. But the timing was too precise, too deliberate. The way Mrs. Perkins had frozen under the camera's gaze wasn't accidental either. Something was unraveling, and I was caught at the center, tangled in threads I couldn't yet see. I sank back into the chair, the creak of its legs loud in the thick silence. Outside, the street lamp flickered, casting uneven shadows across the blinds. The faint hum of the cooling system buzzed in the background, a mundane soundtrack that felt out of place with the knot tightening in my chest. I realized I hadn't moved since the call. My eyes scanned the room, landing on the blinking green light of the camera wedged discreetly in the corner by the ceiling. It had been installed 2 days ago, a gift from the Neighborhood Watch Committee for our safety, they said. But safety wasn't a gift. It was a cage. I got up slowly, muscle stiff, and crossed to the window. The street was empty, save for a flicker of movement near the Perkins driveway. Her silhouette was back, head bent, hands moving what, I couldn't tell. She seemed deliberate, methodical. I swallowed and pulled the curtains closed. The next morning, the air was heavy with humidity, the sky a bruised gray that threatened rain. I woke before dawn, heart still thrumming from the night's call. The world outside felt different now, smaller, tighter, as if the walls of the neighborhood had drawn closer overnight. I kept the blinds shut, the camera's red light a constant, accusing eye. I stared at my phone, scrolling through the neighborhood chat group again. Screenshots of camera placements, complaints about privacy, and, strangely, a new thread titled Watchful Eyes. Who's really watching? Someone had started calling out the watch's true purpose. Or maybe they were just stirring the pot. A notification popped up, an invite to a meeting at the community center tonight, 7 p.m. Attendance was mandatory, it said. Mandatory. That word settled in my gut like a stone. There was no opting out anymore. I debated going all morning, pacing the cramped kitchen, running cold water over my wrists. The faucet dripped a steady rhythm, a reminder that time kept moving even when you wanted it to stop. I needed answers, not just about the cameras, or Mrs. Perkins, or the mysterious call, but about the neighborhood itself. What had we agreed to when we welcomed this surveillance into our homes? By late afternoon, I found myself stepping outside, the humid air sticking to my skin. The usual buzz of children playing was gone. Instead, neighbors lingered on their porches, eyes flickering toward each other with a mix of suspicion and something like calculation. Conversations halted when I approached, voices lowering, glances darting away. Down the block, I saw Mr. Harlow, the retired school principal, standing rigid beside his car, eyes fixed on the camera mounted above his garage. His lips moved, mouthing words I couldn't hear, but his finger tapped an impatient rhythm on the car door. I caught his gaze for a second, and his expression hardened before he looked away. Closer to the community center, I passed the Johnsons' house. Their front door was ajar, the kitchen light spilling onto the porch. Inside, I glimpsed a screen, the live feed from their own camera. A man and a woman sat side by side, their faces pale and tight, watching the footage with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I stopped, hand hovering over the door frame. The smell of brewed coffee drifted out, bitter and sharp. The man's voice broke the silence. She was at the Perkins last night. Around midnight, he said. Saw her on the feed. No excuse for that. The woman nodded, brows knitting. You think she's spying on us? Maybe. Or worse. I shifted, and the floorboard creaked under my foot. Both heads snapped toward the doorway. The woman's eyes locked on mine, cold and assessing. Can I help you? She asked, voice tight. Just out for a walk, I stammered, retreating. The door clicked shut behind me. The street suddenly felt claustrophobic, every step heavier. The cameras weren't just watching us, they were making us watch each other. Policing each other. Turning neighbors into informants, friends into suspects. At the community center, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, stark and unforgiving. The room was packed, faces familiar but unfamiliar all at once, neighbors I'd exchanged polite hellos with, now sitting shoulder to shoulder, the air thick with tension. At the front, Mrs. Carter, the neighborhood watch president, stood behind a podium. Her voice was steady, rehearsed. Tonight, We discussed the next phase of our safety initiative, she began. We have to be vigilant. Protect our homes, our families. Her eyes scanned the room, landing briefly on me. A flicker of something warning? Invitation passed through her gaze. Some concerns have been raised about privacy, she continued, but we must understand the bigger picture. These cameras aren't just about watching, they're about accountability. We're building trust through transparency. I clenched my fists in my lap. Transparency. Accountability. All words that sounded hollow when I thought about Mrs. Perkins frozen under an invisible spotlight, or the whispered threats over the phone. Then, the projector flickered on, casting grainy images on the wall, footage from the cameras, snippets of nightly activity from around the neighborhood. The faces were blurred, but the actions unmistakable. A man leaving a flashlight on the porch at odd hours, a woman pacing by the mailbox, someone peeking through a neighbor's window. We've uncovered suspicious behavior, Mrs. Carter said, voice rising. This is why we must stay united. We can't let outsiders, or even insiders, undermine our safety. A hand shot up near the back. It was Mr. Harlow. But what about privacy? What about trust? When does watching become spying? Mrs. Carter's smile was tight. When safety is at risk, trust is earned, not given freely. We're past a point of no return. The phrase hit me like a punch. Past a point of no return. There was no stepping back now. No retreat. We had crossed a line, and the neighborhood watch wasn't just a group protecting us anymore. It was a mechanism for control. After the meeting, as the crowd dispersed into the humid night, I lingered near the exit. Mrs. Perkins appeared again, emerging from the shadows, her eyes sharp and unreadable. You're asking questions, she said softly, almost a warning. I swallowed. I need to know what this is really about. She studied me for a long moment. It's about who decides what's normal, and who decides what happens when you don't fit. Her words sank deep, chilling and real. I realized then that the cameras weren't just watching us, they were rewriting the rules of our lives, shaping who we could be. And if I wanted to stop it, I have to choose a side. No more hiding in silence. The phone buzzed in my pocket. I glanced down. Another unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. Welcome to the neighborhood watch, a voice whispered. There's no turning back now. The line went dead. Silence. Complete silence. Outside, the street lamp flickered once more, then steadied its light a cold, unwavering sentinel. The words from Mrs. Perkins hung in the humid night air like a thick fog. You're asking questions. Simple enough, but the tone was a warning sharper than any item. I swallowed hard, the weight of it pressing down on me in a way I hadn't expected. The porch light flickered overhead, buzzing weakly, casting uneven shadows over the cracked concrete beneath my feet. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked twice, then silence. Complete silence. I wanted to say something, anything, but the knot in my throat tightened. Instead, I nodded stiffly and turned away, my steps uneven on the uneven sidewalk. The neighbors had all drifted inside, the uneasy warmth of the meeting fading behind closed doors. Mrs. Carter's smile, that thin, relentless smile, replayed in my mind. Past a point of no return. I could almost hear her, voice cold and sure, like a verdict delivered with finality. Back in my house, the air, cold and heavy with silence, felt thick, stale. The fan in the corner spun lazily, a faint hum drowning out the silence, but it didn't cool the skin crawling down my spine. I poured a glass of water, the liquid sloshing quietly against the glass edges. My hands trembled slightly, the taste of cold metal on my tongue. I kept thinking about the cameras. They were everywhere now, weren't they? Hidden lenses tucked into smoke detectors, light fixtures, even the backs of picture frames. Our homes, once private sanctuaries, had become glass cages under the watchful eyes of our neighbors. The cameras had been sold as protection, a neighborhood united against threats lurking beyond our fences. But the real threat wasn't outside. It was inside. Inside the walls, inside the screens, inside the minds of the people watching. The next morning, the air was thick with humidity again, the kind that sticks to your skin and makes you feel like you're wading through syrup. I woke up stiff, the disquiet from the night before still gnawing at my thoughts. I found myself staring at the ceiling, tracing the cracks with my eyes, trying to coax a sense of normalcy into the room. But normalcy had become a cruel joke. I decided I couldn't sit still anymore. I needed to know what was really going on. I had to see for myself. By mid-morning, the neighborhood was already buzzing with the usual small talk, mowers humming, kids shouting, tires crunching on gravel, but beneath it all was a dull tension, like static under a song. I walked out, keeping my head low, eyes flicking to the corners of houses where the cameras lurked like silent sentinels. I made my way to Mr. Harlow's house first. He was the one who'd spoken up the night before, the only neighbor who dared question the surveillance. His front yard was neat, no sign of rebellion except for a small, hand-painted sign stuck in the flower bed, "Privacy Matters." I smiled grimly. Brave or foolish? Maybe both. "Mr. Harlow?" I called, voice low. No answer. I circled to the side and noticed the garage door was cracked open just a bit. Something felt off. I pushed it gently, the rusty hinges groaning softly. Inside, the musty smell of gasoline and old paint hit me. Boxes stacked haphazardly, tools strewn about. Then, in the corner, a laptop sat open, screen glowing faintly. Curiosity won over caution. I stepped closer and saw a folder labeled "Watch Footage." My pulse quickened. I clicked it open. The files revealed hours of footage, not just the usual street views or front porches, but interiors. Bedrooms, kitchens, living rooms. Our homes. People in their most vulnerable moments, unaware they were being watched. I closed the laptop quickly, my breath catching. How did he get this? How long had he been collecting it? A voice startled me. "I see you found it." I whipped around. Mr. Harlow stood in the doorway, eyes sharp but weary. The lines on his face looked deeper in the daylight, his jaw clenched tight. "Why do you have this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "Because someone has to. Someone has to keep tabs on what's really happening. Mrs. Carter isn't just about safety. It's about control. And not just hers, the whole watch." I swallowed hard. "You mean they're watching us? All of us?" He nodded slowly. "More than that. They're judging us. Punishing those who step out of line. Reports, rumors, accusations, everything gets fed back into the system. People have lost jobs, friendships, even families over this." My stomach churned. "You're saying this is more than neighborhood safety?" I still can't explain it. It's surveillance. It's policing. It's a slow strangling of freedom. His eyes flicked toward the laptop. "I've been trying to expose it. But it's dangerous. They're watching even here." A cold shiver ran down my spine. "Why show me?" "Because you're awake. You're not blinded by the fear. You might be the only one who can stop this before it's too late." Before I could respond, the faint sound of footsteps echoed outside the garage. We froze. The door handle rattled. I glanced at Mr. Harlow, who silently moved to block the view from the cracked door. The footsteps stopped, then retreated. A shadow passed by the window, too deliberate, too slow to be accidental. "Mrs. Carter's people," he muttered. The tension snapped tight in my chest. I wanted to run, to hide, but my feet stayed rooted. I realized then that this wasn't just about cameras or privacy, it was about power. About neighbors turning into guards, friends into spies, all under the guise of protection. I left Mr. Harlow's house with a pounding heart, the weight of what I'd learned pressing down on me like a thick fog. The neighborhood looked the same trimmed lawns, the same white picket fences, but everything had changed. Every smile felt like a mask. Every glance, a potential accusation. The sun had long vanished behind the row of maple trees that lined Elm Street, leaving the neighborhood drenched in the kind of dim light where shadows seemed to stretch just a little too far. I stood at my front window, hands pressed flat against the cold glass, watching the street. It was quiet, except for the occasional flicker of headlights from a passing car and the distant bark of a dog, an uneven rhythm that felt out of place, like the neighborhood was holding its breath. I hadn't meant to watch for so long, but after everything, I couldn't stop. The cameras, the endless eyes installed in every home, had changed the way we moved through our days. Even now, I could feel them, those little lenses perched in corners or nestled among the ivy on my porch, as if they were silently judging every step I took. I remembered when it all started, the neighborhood watches pitch about safety, how they promise peace of mind. But it wasn't peace, not really. It was something else. The kind of tension that settles deep under your skin, the kind that makes you second-guess your own shadow. My phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. I didn't need to check it to know who it was. Sarah. She'd been the one who finally made me see just how twisted this whole thing had become. I picked up, voice quieter than I wanted. "Hey." "Hey," she whispered back. "You watching too?" I hesitated. "Yeah. It's weird. Like, we're all under a microscope." "Exactly. And it's worse now." I overheard Mrs. Patel talking to Mr. Jenkins. They're comparing footage from last week, trying to prove who's been sneaking around after hours. I swallowed hard. That was the moment I realized we weren't just neighbors anymore. We were wardens, prisoners, and jury all rolled into one. The idea of community had twisted into something unrecognizable. I thought about the night I caught myself rewinding footage, my own footage, just to see if I really had left the porch light on. I had. But the fact I needed to check said everything. Sarah's voice was tense. "I'm thinking of pulling the cameras out." I laughed, but it was brittle. "Good luck with that." "I don't even know if I can." There was a pause. "Then, maybe we don't have to." That night, I met Sarah by the park bench near the corner store. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp leaves and the faint, smoky tinge of someone's backyard fire pit down the street. She looked exhausted, her eyes shadowed, hands twitching nervously. "I've been talking to a few others," she said, voice low. "People who feel the same way but are too scared to say it out loud." A shiver ran down my spine. Fear wasn't just about strangers anymore. It was about the people who lived next door. "We need to do something," I said, the words heavy in the night air. She nodded. "We can't just sit here and let this surveillance state grow. It's killing us." Over the following days, we met quietly, hushed conversations in kitchens and backyards, careful not to draw attention. The cameras had made privacy a relic, but somehow, We found moments to breathe, to plan. The plan wasn't about rebellion or grand gestures. It was simple. Disconnect. Remove. Take back what was ours. The night we started, I felt my hands tremble as I unscrewed the camera on my porch. It was cold, mechanical, but I gripped it like a symbol of everything I wanted to shed. When it clattered into the grass, I felt a spark of something, hope, maybe, or the first flicker of freedom. Sarah was right there, doing the same, her breath coming in sharp little bursts. Around us, other houses were dark, lights off, as neighbors executed the quiet coup. But the moment was fragile. I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the street. I froze. The figure paused, then turned away. Relief washed over me, mingling with the fear that this wasn't over. In the days that followed, the neighborhood changed again. Cameras disappeared, one by one, replaced by wary glances and strained smiles. The neighborhood watch was furious, of course. Meetings were called, accusations flew. But the truth was clear, the cameras had not kept us safe. They had only made us prisoners in our own homes. I found myself sleeping less, the silence too loud. The absence of cameras left a strange void, but it was a good kind of emptiness. One that felt like breathing after holding your breath for far too long. One afternoon, I bumped into Mr. Jenkins at the grocery store. He looked older, worn down by the weeks of conflict. We exchanged a look, no words needed. Something unspoken passed between us, a shared acknowledgement that we had all been part of something toxic. Weeks later, the neighborhood watch disbanded, their authority eroded by the collective refusal. We rebuilt, slowly, awkwardly. Conversation started again without suspicion lurking beneath. Children played outside without the weight of unseen eyes. I stood on my porch one evening, the air warm with the scent of freshly cut grass and distant rain. The streetlights flickered softly, casting long, gentle shadows. For the first time in months, I felt the quiet settle, not the silence of surveillance, but the peace of choice. I realized then that the real threat had never been outside. It was the way we let fear turn us against each other, how easily we traded trust for control. As the night wrapped around the neighborhood, I closed my eyes and let the sounds of life, laughter, footsteps, the rustle of leaves fill the space where fear used to live. We were still here. Together. Somehow, that was enough. Story 5, Abandoned Station Awakens, Hidden Surveillance Horror. The subway station had been closed for years, or so I thought. But that wasn't quite right. I remember the day I decided to check it out. It was early spring, the kind of afternoon when the city feels unsettled, wind tugging at loose papers on the pavement, the sun hidden behind a ragged sky. I'd been wandering near the old industrial district, my camera slung over my shoulder, hoping for something interesting to shoot. The usual graffiti-covered walls and cracked sidewalks weren't enough anymore. I found the entrance by accident, really. A narrow stairwell tucked behind a boarded-up convenience store, mostly hidden by a chain-link fence tangled with vines. The lock was rusted, the padlock hanging loose, as if someone had forgotten to close it properly. I hesitated, my hands pulling at the straps of my backpack. Part of me thought it was reckless. Another part, the one that always got me into trouble, urged me forward. The air was cooler inside the stairwell, damp and faintly metallic. My footsteps echoed against the concrete, uneven and slick with what I assumed was old water damage. I reached the platform, and the smell hit me, musty, sour, like wet stone mixed with something chemical. It wasn't unpleasant, exactly, but it wasn't clean either. A strange, thick atmosphere settled on my skin. The walls were streaked with grime, and the faded tiles chipped away like peeling paint. A flickering light, a single bulb in a cracked casing, buzzed overhead, casting long shadows that danced with every twitch of the failing electricity. I pulled my jacket tighter. The place hummed, not with power or life, but with something else. A low vibration, almost imperceptible but constant. I moved closer to the edge of the platform, peering down the dark tunnel where the tracks disappeared into a black mouth. I thought I heard something. A soft scrape, maybe, or the whisper of a breath. I told myself it was just my imagination. But then the hum grew louder, like the building was breathing beneath the silence. I knelt down and ran my fingers over the concrete edge. Cool, rough, and strangely sticky in one spot. I wiped it off on my jeans. My phone's flashlight caught something glinting near the base of a rusted pillar, an old camera lens, cracked and dirty, but unmistakably a piece of surveillance equipment. I frowned. Why would there be cameras here? The station wasn't in use. No trains, no passengers. Nothing but ghosts. I stood up quickly, my heart ticking over in a slow, deliberate rhythm. My breath puffed out in quick bursts. I wasn't sure if it was fear or excitement, or maybe both. I moved toward the pillar, looking for more. A small metal box was mounted just above head height, wires trailing like veins into the walls. A control panel, perhaps, though most of the buttons were missing or covered in dust. I tapped the box with a cautious finger. The hum shifted, a subtle change that set my skin on edge. I glanced around, the silence suddenly too loud. The station felt less empty than before, as if the shadows were watching me back. I pulled out my phone and snapped a few photos, the flash briefly illuminating the grime and decay. That's when I noticed it, a faint red light blinking inside the box. A recording indicator. Someone, somewhere, was still watching. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled just a little as I pocketed the phone. The thrill of discovery was tangled with a sinking knot of unease. Who would be monitoring an abandoned subway station? And why? The idea was ridiculous, of course. But the station's hum, the blinking light, the hidden cameras, they didn't add up. Not in a place left to rot beneath the city. I stepped back toward the stairwell, my eyes flicking to the cracked ceiling. Loose plaster hung like peeling skin, and the air smelled heavier now, almost like rain was coming. I didn't want to be down here when that happened. Just as I reached the top of the stairs, I heard a soft click behind me. Not loud, but distinct. Like a door locking. I whipped around, heart hammering, but the platform was empty aside from the shadows and dust motes drifting in the weak light. I took a deep breath and forced a smile. Get a grip, I muttered under my breath. It's just an old station. Nothing else. But something told me I was wrong. The city above felt distant, muffled by layers of concrete and earth. I didn't want to leave, not yet. There was a story here, tangled in wires and silence, waiting to be uncovered. And if someone was watching, I needed to know who and why. As I turned back toward the platform, the hum shifted again, a low pulse that seemed to sync with my own heartbeat. The building felt alive in the most unsettling way. I didn't know it then, but that moment was the calm before everything started to unravel. The elevator groaned as it descended, each floor passing like a slow heartbeat. Shadows flickered against the metal walls, twisting into shapes I couldn't quite grasp. My fingers brushed the small notebook in my pocket, a collection of scribbled clues and half-formed theories. Outside, the hum deepened, vibrating through my bones. Something was coming. Something I wasn't ready for. But there was no turning back now. The elevator shuddered to a halt, the metal doors parting with a reluctant hiss. I ran my fingers along the cracked tile edge of the platform, rough and chipped, each groove holding a story of neglect. The place felt like a wound left to fester. But beneath that, something else pulsed. Something deliberate. I pulled my notebook out, flipping it open to the page where I'd hastily sketched the layout of the station. To anyone else, it would look like nonsense scribbles, item, notes half-written. But to me, the pieces were starting to connect. The cameras I'd found weren't random. They were pointed, carefully placed to cover every angle of this forgotten place. It wasn't just surveillance. It was control. I crouched by the edge of the platform, eye level with one of the cameras hidden behind a cracked panel. Its lens was smudged, but it still tracked me, a bead of black glass that seemed almost watchful. I swallowed hard, the back of my throat tightening. How long had this been here? Who set it up? And why? A dull creak echoed from the far end of the tunnel, the sound bouncing off the concrete walls like a warning. I froze. The building groaned again, as if adjusting itself, settling deeper into the earth. The overhead lights flickered, their glow wavering like a heartbeat struggling to stay alive. I forced myself to move forward, each step stirring up dry dust and tiny debris. The floor beneath me felt unstable. I could almost hear the concrete cracking, a faint spider web spreading beneath my boots. I had to be careful. One wrong move, and this place would collapse into itself. Halfway down the tunnel, I spotted a doorway partially hidden behind a pile of rubble. It was an old maintenance closet, the rusted metal door hanging ajar. Inside, I found a tangle of wires, some freshly stripped, others frayed and neglected. Among them was a small box, an old DVR or some sort of recording device, its screen cracked but still faintly glowing. I crouched down, brushing away dust and spider webs, and tried to power it on. The screen flickered to life, displaying a grainy feed of the platform, the stairwells, even the elevator shaft. Every inch of the station was under watch. I tapped the buttons, heart pounding, trying to rewind or fast forward. Static. Glitches. Then, a series of timestamps. Footage from just hours ago. Someone had been here. That thought made the hair on my neck stand up. I wasn't alone. Someone else had come back to this place, someone who didn't want to be seen. Or maybe they wanted to see me. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and stepped back out into the tunnel. The hum had grown louder, more insistent, less like a machine, more like a pulse, a warning. I felt it in my chest, vibrating through my ribs. "Hello?" I whispered, voice barely carrying in the silence. No answer, just a distant drip of water and the occasional scurry of rats. I forced myself onward, edging closer to the platform's far end where the old control room was supposed to be. According to the blueprints I'd found online, it was the nerve center of the station. If anyone had been monitoring the cameras, this was where they'd be. The path narrowed, the walls closing in like a cage. I brushed against peeling paint and chunks of plaster crumbling to the floor. The air grew colder here, a damp chill that seeped into my bones. I shivered, despite the layers I wore. I reached the control room door, a heavy slab of steel marked by faded signs and warning stickers. The lock was busted, the latch hanging loose. I pushed it open slowly, wincing as the hinges groaned. Inside was a mess of old consoles, shattered monitors, and tangled cables. Dust coated everything, but in the dim light, I noticed something odd, a fresh set of footprints in the dust leading to the back corner. They were small, like someone wearing sneakers, and they stopped abruptly. My pulse quickened. Someone had been here very recently. I crouched down, tracing the prints with a finger. They led to a metal cabinet, its door slightly open. Inside, I found a stack of folders, yellowed and brittle, but some of the papers on top looked newer. I pulled one up carefully. It was a log, a record of activity in the station, detailing dates and times, names I didn't recognize, and notes about observations and movements. almost like a journal but clinical, detached. One entry caught my eye. It mentioned a subject being monitored closely, with notes about behavior patterns and unusual activity. The date was last week. That meant whoever was watching wasn't just casually interested. They had a purpose. My hands trembled, and I shoved the folder back inside. The hum shifted again, louder now, almost like a mechanical heartbeat accelerating. The building was waking up around me. I had to get out. But I couldn't leave without answers. Then, a faint sound, footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Coming from the tunnel behind me. I froze, breath caught in my throat. The dust on the floor shifted slightly as something or someone moved closer. Hello? I called out, trying to keep my voice steady, but it cracked. No reply. Just the hum, the creaks, and the slow scraping of shoes over concrete. I backed toward the door, careful not to make a sound. The last thing I wanted was to be caught off guard in this collapsing maze beneath the city. As I reached the threshold, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickered violently, plunging the room into near darkness for a brief second before sputtering back on. My heart slammed in my chest, the sudden blackout making everything too real. The hum was deafening now, pounding in my ears. Was it the building? Or was it them? Outside the control room, the footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a whisper of movement too soft for me to place, but close enough to send a cold spike down my spine. I knew I wasn't alone in the station. And whoever was here was watching me as much as I was watching them. The walls creaked again, louder this time. Dust rained from the ceiling. The station was shifting, unstable. Time was running out. I had to find out who was behind this surveillance before the whole building gave way. But first, I needed to move. Fast. I slipped out into the tunnel, the shadows swallowing me whole. The tunnel shadows swallowed me like a mouth. I forced myself to move faster, though the weight in my chest made my limbs feel leaden. The tunnel stretched ahead, a narrow scar beneath the city, lined with peeling paint and tangled wires that looked like veins. The stale air tasted dusty and metallic, like old pennies left in a damp sock. I tried to ignore the small sounds, the distant drip of water somewhere deep in the dark, the faint scrape of something shifting just out of sight. My hands trembled slightly as I brushed a web of cracked plaster from the wall. The rough texture bit into my skin, grounding me. I knew there was no turning back. The door behind me had slammed shut when I left, a sharp bang that echoed off the tunnel walls. No chance it was just a coincidence. I triggered something, maybe a trap, or a signal, and now the station was closing in, literally and figuratively. I stopped, pressing my back against the damp wall to catch my breath. The hum was louder here, almost like white noise mixed with static. I put my palm flat against the wall, feeling a faint vibration beneath the crumbling plaster. The station wasn't just unstable, it was alive with interference, and that interference was being monitored. The cameras I'd found weren't just recording for laughs or curiosity. Someone was tracking me, studying every move. But why? And who? The thought gnawed at me, dragging my mind into a spiral I didn't want to follow. I'd stumbled into something bigger than a forgotten subway station. Bigger than just a few hidden cameras and freight wires. This was surveillance on a scale that suggested control, secrecy, maybe even fear. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I yanked it out with a clumsy hand, heart leaping. The screen flickered, no signal. Of course. No surprise underground. I tried anyway, thumb hovering over the call button, but the display blinked off before I could even dial. No connection and no way out, no help coming. I was alone. I swallowed hard. That's when I heard it, a faint shuffle, like fabric brushing against concrete, just ahead in the tunnel. I froze. Every instinct screamed to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The sound stopped as suddenly as it started, swallowed by the oppressive silence. "Hello?" I called out, voice rough and uneven. "Who's there?" No answer. I stepped forward, slower this time, eyes straining to catch any movement in the low light. The old fluorescent bulbs overhead flickered sporadically, casting long, jittery shadows that played tricks on my mind. I could almost swear I saw a figure slip behind a broken pillar, but when I looked again, there was nothing. This wasn't just about surveillance anymore. Someone was here. Watching me, yes, but also following. The realization hit like a punch to the gut. And if they wanted me to leave, they'd already proven they could stop me. I rounded a bend and stopped short. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, cavernous and echoing, with graffiti peeling off the walls like old scabs. The air was thicker here, almost suffocating, smelling of rust and mold. At the far end, a set of stairs led upward, but they were crumbled, half collapsed, the metal railing twisted and sharp. No easy escape. On the floor, scattered papers caught my eye. Yellowed, brittle, and covered in hastily scribbled notes and numbers. I knelt down, fingers trembling as I sifted through them. Most were technical schematics for the station's electrical grid, but one page had something different, a list of names, dates, and cryptic annotations. The last entry was recent, just a week ago. A chill slid down my spine. Someone had been here after the station closed, monitoring and recording. Maybe even controlling the environment. The surveillance wasn't passive, it was active manipulation. I pocketed the papers and moved toward the stairs, eyes darting to every shadow. The sound of shifting debris echoed behind me. My heart thudded erratically. The building was settling faster now, like it was collapsing inward, squeezing the life out of this forgotten place. Halfway up the stairs, a sharp crack sounded overhead. Dust rained down, and a chunk of plaster broke loose from the ceiling, shattering at my feet. I stopped, breath caught, ears straining. The hum had grown into a low roar, shaking the walls and rattling my bones. I ran the rest of the way up and stumbled into a narrow corridor. The walls here were covered in peeling tiles, some missing entirely. A faint light leaked from a room at the end. I crept forward, every nerve screaming. The door was cracked open, just a sliver, but inside, I saw it. Rows of monitors flickered with static and grainy black and white images. Faces appeared and vanished. Grainy footage of tunnels, corners, and most chillingly, the control room where I'd started. And there, in one screen, was me. Moving through the station, unaware I was being watched. I pressed my palm to the doorframe, the cold metal biting into my skin. The room was a surveillance hub, active and alive. The was coming from here, the source of the strange energy. Not supernatural at all. Just technology, turned against anyone who stumbled inside. A soft click echoed behind me. I spun, heart hammering, but the corridor was empty. I wasn't alone. I never had been. I had crossed a line. There was no going back now. The station was a trap, and I was its latest captive. Whoever ran this operation had eyes everywhere, and I was on their radar. I swallowed the lump in my throat and whispered to the empty corridor, "Who are you? What do you want?" Silence answered. Then, a distant rumble, the unmistakable sound of concrete shifting, steel groaning. The station was starting to collapse. I had to move. Fast. But the exit was no longer an option. I was trapped inside a web of surveillance, with no way out, and the walls closing in around me. The rumble grew louder, a deep, grinding protest from the bones of the station. I pressed my back against the cool wall, eyes darting between the flickering monitors in the surveillance room. Screens showed grainy black and white footage of the station's tunnels, stairwells, even the entrance I'd come through. I could see myself moving, a pale ghost on the grainy gray screen, an intruder caught in someone else's net. The click behind me wasn't a mistake. Someone was here, or had been moments ago. I couldn't tell if they were watching from somewhere close or far away. Whoever was running this setup had to be monitoring every inch, every breath. The thought sent a shudder through my limbs, but I forced myself to move. I needed answers. And if the building was going to collapse, there wouldn't be much time. I edged toward a battered metal cabinet, its paint peeling like dead skin. Inside, tangled wires, discarded hard drives, and a notebook caught my eye. I grabbed it, the pages yellowed and brittle under my fingertips, but filled with neat, precise handwriting. Names, dates, coordinates, something like logs or records. A code repeated over and over, Project Echo. Project Echo. The words twirled in my mind like smoke. I couldn't make sense of it, but it felt important. Surveillance alone didn't explain the or the energy I'd felt earlier. This was something bigger. A distant groan made me freeze. The floor vibrated beneath my boots. The station was shifting again. Concrete cracked overhead, tiny fractures growing rapidly, like veins on a dying leaf. I stuffed the notebook into my backpack and darted toward the door. Then I stopped. A voice, soft, deliberate, echoed through the room's speakers. "Why are you here?" The words were calm but deliberate, like someone stepping out of the shadows to toy with their prey. I swallowed hard, voice cracking as I answered. I wanted to know what was happening here. What this place is. More silence. Then the voice again, colder now. "You don't belong here." I could feel something watching me, a presence layered in the static of the speakers. My pulse sped up, skin prickling. No one had to say it out loud. I was trespassing in a carefully guarded secret. "Who are you?" I demanded, stepping closer to the console, trying to find a way to turn off the speakers, to shut down this invisible observer. The screens flickered. One showed a dimly lit office with a desk cluttered with papers, another a hallway lined with blinking red lights. The voice softened. "You see what you shouldn't. You hear what you weren't meant to hear." The hum pulsed again, vibrating in my chest. I realized then that the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones wasn't just from the equipment. It was part of the building itself, a low-frequency vibration designed to disorient anyone inside. Maybe that explained the headaches, the dizziness I'd ignored. I rubbed my temples and forced myself to focus. What is Project Echo? There was a pause. Finally, the voice said, "A program. To monitor, to control. To keep certain things hidden." Hidden from who? I pressed, heart hammering in my ears. From the public. From the curious. From people like you. I swallowed, the air suddenly thick with tension. Whoever this was, they weren't just guarding a secret, they were protecting a lie, maybe something dangerous enough to destroy lives if exposed. The ground shuddered again, louder this time, shaking dust from the ceiling in thick curtains. I glanced at the door. The hallway outside was dark, shadows pooling like ink. Escape was no longer a matter of choice but survival. My fingers twitched over the keyboard, eyes scanning for any control to cut the feed, to blind my watchers. Then I spotted a small, blinking icon labeled Override. I hesitated. This could be a trap, a way to alert them I was trying to fight back. But I had no other options. I pressed enter. The screens went black. Silence filled the room, heavy and complete. My breath hitched, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst through my chest. Then, the speakers crackled, static spilling out before the voice returned, sharper, edged with frustration. You think you can silence us? You don't understand what you're dealing with. Then explain, I said, voice low but steady. Why watch people like this? Why trap them? Another pause. Then, because some truths are dangerous. Because curiosity can kill. I swallowed again, a cold lump settling in my stomach. The walls creaked louder, and tiny bits of plaster rained down. I had to get out. Now! But the room was no longer just a surveillance hub. The monitors flickered back on, but now the images weren't from the station. They showed me my face close up, eyes wide, reflected in a cracked mirror somewhere else. The camera angle shifted to reveal a figure sitting across from me, their face hidden in shadow, but unmistakably watching. A chill ran down my spine. They weren't just monitoring the station. They were watching me, right now, from somewhere beyond. I stumbled back, knocking over a chair. It clattered loudly against the concrete floor. Stop, the voice said, calm but insistent. You don't know what you're doing. I shook my head, voice trembling. I'm done hiding. Who are you? The figure on the screen leaned forward, and though the shadows swallowed their face, I caught a glint of something, a silver chain, maybe a badge? Or a key? I couldn't be sure. We are the keepers of this city's forgotten spaces, the voice said. You've poked into places that have been sealed for decades. What you find here will change everything. If it leaks, the fallout won't just be structural. What fallout? My hands clenched into fists. What have you done down here? A long silence. Then the voice softened. Listen carefully. The station was never just a transit hub. It was a testing ground for surveillance technology, for psychological endurance. People disappeared here, quietly, without record. Some were volunteers, others, victims. We watched how the walls, the isolation affected them. The station itself became a cage and a tool. My stomach twisted. I could taste bile rising. You experimented on people? Without telling anyone? The voice was almost regretful. Not without. Under the guise of security and progress. We told ourselves it was necessary. I staggered, vision swimming. The floor vibrated violently now, dust and small stones tumbling down. I heard a distant crash, like concrete giving way somewhere deep beneath. I have to get out, I whispered, panic tightening my throat. You can't, the voice said. The collapse has begun. The station's unstable. The first thing I noticed was the damp. It crept up the walls like a cold breath, heavy with the scent of rust and something older, something decayed just beyond recognition. I pressed my palm against the crumbling plaster, the rough texture gritty beneath my fingers. The air was thick with dust, every inhalation tasting faintly metallic. Somewhere far off, a pipe groaned a low, mournful sound, like a warning whispered through the shadows. I'd spent hours piecing together the maze of wires and screens hidden behind those cracked walls, the blinking lights revealing a network of eyes watching every inch of this deserted subway station. The cameras, recording devices, and monitors, some of them still flickering weakly, had all been arranged with meticulous care. Whoever had set them up wasn't just curious. They wanted control. I tried to shake off the chill crawling up my spine. The station wasn't haunted by ghosts, but by people who had been here before me, lurking in the dark, watching. The hum I heard wasn't some otherworldly vibration. It was the electric pulse of surveillance, the quiet buzz of a hidden machine that had been running for who knew how long. Leaning closer to a monitor, I caught a glimpse of a face, briefly illuminated by the blue light before the screen flickered out. The expression was unreadable, eyes sharp but cautious. I didn't know if it was a security guard, a private investigator, or something stranger. I didn't know if they were still here, or if this was all a ghost trail left behind. Behind me, the station groaned again, louder this time. The building was shifting, settling, or maybe giving way. I swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness of fear mixed with adrenaline. It was time to leave. But I couldn't go without answers. I gathered the scattered notes I'd scribbled on scraps of paper, the names and dates, the cryptic messages hidden in old maintenance logs. One thing was clear. Someone had been tracking me, following every move I made in this labyrinthine underground. But who? And why? The faint clatter of footsteps echoed from somewhere above, hesitant and uneven. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The sound was too deliberate to be the building settling. Someone else was here. Or had just arrived. I crouched behind a rusted metal pillar, heart pounding so loudly I could hear it over the distant rumble of the city above. My hands trembled, knuckles white against the cold steel. I wanted to call out, to demand answers, but something held me back. The station's emptiness was deceptive. It never felt truly empty. A shadow moved across the far end of the platform, slow and deliberate. I recognized the gate from the grainy footage on the screens, the same cautious, methodical steps. Whoever it was, they were careful not to disturb the fragile balance of this place. They wanted to stay hidden, watching from the edges. I swallowed again, the dry air scraping my throat. "I know you're there," I whispered, voice barely audible. "I'm not here to cause trouble." Silence. Complete silence. Then, a voice. Soft, measured, and surprisingly calm. "You shouldn't be here." It wasn't anger I heard, but something colder, resignation wrapped in warning. "Why are you watching me?" I asked, stepping out from behind the pillar, trying to keep my voice steady despite the tremor in my limbs. "Because you were looking for the truth," the voice said, closer now. A figure emerged from the shadows, a middle-aged person wearing a faded jacket dusted with grime. Their eyes were sharp but tired, the kind of tired that comes from years of bearing secrets. The floor beneath us creaked ominously. I glanced up at the cracked ceiling, a spider web of fractures spreading like veins. The building was dying, and we were inside its chest. "Who are you?" I asked, curiosity pushing past my fear. "Someone who lost everything trying to keep this place safe," they replied. "We don't have much time." The urgency in their voice was genuine. I could smell the faint trace of sweat mixed with the station's musty air. My skin prickled. The danger wasn't just from the unstable structure but from the past this person carried. They told me about the experiments, the surveillance programs designed to monitor the city's forgotten corners, to catch those who slipped through the cracks. They used the station as a hub, they said, voice low. Not to protect, but to control. People like you, curious, nosy, were threats. I felt a weight settle in my chest, a mixture of anger and exhaustion. I hadn't come here looking for a conspiracy. I'd just been chasing a story, a whisper of something strange. And now I was tangled in something far bigger. The station shuddered, dust falling in thin sheets from the ceiling. Time was running out. "Help me get out," I said, voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. They nodded, eyes flicking nervously to the entrance. "Follow me." We moved quickly, the floorboards groaning beneath us, the air thick with the scent of decay and urgency. Every step was a gamble, every breath a reminder that this place could collapse at any moment. Outside, the city's noise washed over us like a wave, honking cars, distant sirens, the murmur of people unaware of the danger lurking beneath their feet. I breathed in deeply, the fresh air sharp and sweet after the stale underground. The person looked at me, eyes meeting mine with something like hope. "You have to promise, don't come back. Some things are better left buried." I nodded, feeling the weight of that promise settle over me like a cloak. "I promise." The experience changed me. I wasn't the same person who had stepped into that station, eager and naive. I was quieter now, more cautious. The city felt different, less like a place to explore and more like a living thing, full of secrets best left undisturbed. But I kept the notes, the sketches, the fragments of truth I'd uncovered. Not to expose or exploit, but to remember. To remind myself that sometimes, curiosity can lead you into shadows where human fears and desires gather, waiting. And sometimes, the greatest horror is not what you find, but what you're forced to leave behind. I walked away from the station that day with a new understanding. Some stories don't need telling, and some doors, once opened, are better closed forever. The hum beneath the city faded into memory, replaced by the steady rhythm of life above, secure, unknowable, and just out of reach. Story 6, Buried Bunker, Silent Inhabitants Await. I never thought I'd find myself staring at a rusted metal door buried halfway into the side of a hill, a place so quiet even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I work as a freelance photographer, mostly landscapes and abandoned places. People pay me to find forgotten corners, to capture something lost to time. It's not glamorous, but it suits me, quiet work that lets me wander without interruptions. The woods near my apartment have always been a favorite escape. I know every crooked tree and muddy path, or so I believed. That Saturday morning, I grabbed my bag, a couple of lenses, and headed out with the sun still low enough to cast long shadows. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, sharp and clean, a contrast to the stale, recycled oxygen inside my apartment. I walked without a real plan, just following a narrow trail that wound deeper than usual, past the old logging road where the trees thinned out and the ground dipped suddenly. I'd been here before, but this time something felt off. Not in a way I could put my finger on. Just a subtle quiet, like the forest was holding its breath. The usual birdsong was missing. No rustle of squirrels or the distant bark of a dog. Nothing. Silence. Complete silence. I thought maybe I'd missed a turn and found myself somewhere new without realizing it. The path narrowed sharply, tangled with thorny bushes. My boots scraped against dry leaves and cracked twigs, the crunch louder than I expected. I stopped to catch my breath and wiped my brow, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down despite the cool morning air. Then I saw it, a patch of disturbed earth, small footprints pressed into the mud, too small for a dog but not quite human either. I knelt, brushing dirt aside, and found a scrap of paper half buried beneath a cluster of stones. It was yellowed and torn, edges frayed like it had been here a long time. I unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was shaky but deliberate. "We've been waiting for you." My fingers trembled. I swallowed hard and glanced around, the woods suddenly feeling much larger, much less familiar. The note wasn't signed. No explanation. Just those 4 words, like a message left for me alone. I laughed nervously, telling myself it was some kind of prank. Maybe a local kid's idea of a joke, or worse, a weird scavenger hunt. I stuffed the note in my jacket pocket and kept walking, but the feeling didn't fade. It grew heavier, pressing down on my chest like the thickening fog that had rolled in. The deeper I went, the more the trees crowded together, blocking the sunlight until the forest floor was a patchwork of shadows. My camera clicked occasionally, trying to capture the dim light, but even through the lens everything looked muted, washed out. That's when I spotted the outline of a hatch half hidden beneath a thicket of brambles. It was metal, circular, with a handle corroded by rust. I circled it, fingers tracing the rough edges, feeling the cold bite of the metal through my gloves. How had I missed this before? The hatch was flush with the earth, almost swallowed by moss and dirt. Curiosity pushed me to open it. The hinges groaned, protesting after years of neglect. A faint smell hit me, damp, moldy, like a cellar left to rot. I peered inside. A narrow staircase plunged into darkness. I pulled out my phone, flicked on the flashlight, and started down. The walls were concrete, rough and cracked, stained by water leaks. The air grew colder, thicker. My breath came out in small clouds, each step echoing softly in the confined space. At the bottom, I found a small room lit by a flickering bulb suspended from the ceiling. The light buzzed and dimmed, casting long, jittery shadows across the peeling walls. The floor was covered in dust and scattered debris, old papers, broken glass, a rusted metal chair tipped over. In the corner, something caught my eye. A piece of paper pinned to the wall with a faded thumbtack. I approached slowly, heart thudding. The note was typed, words clipped and cold. "We've been waiting for you." Same messages outside. My fingers brushed the paper, and the bulb flickered violently, plunging the room into near darkness before sputtering back to life. The stale air tasted metallic, like iron in decay. I leaned against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft shuffle from somewhere deeper in the bunker. My skin prickled. Footsteps? Or just the building settling? The silence pressed back, heavier than before. I wanted to turn around, run, but something rooted me to the spot. Was I really alone here? Or had someone been watching me all along? The thought left a bitter taste in my mouth. I could feel it. Eyes on me. Not out there in the woods, but here, beneath the earth. Watching. Waiting. I swallowed hard. "Hello?" I called, voice cracking. "Is anyone there?" No answer. Just the flicker of the dying bulb and the steady drip of water somewhere beyond my sight. The note in my pocket burned against my skin, a reminder that this place was not forgotten, and neither was I. A sudden shuffle echoed from the shadows, sharp and deliberate. I froze, heart pounding, straining to see through the darkness. The shuffle came again. I swallowed hard, the taste of iron thick on my tongue. The note in my pocket felt like it was burning through my shirt. "We've been waiting for you." Waiting. For me. Not for some random explorer or trespasser. For me. A draft blew past, cold and stale, carrying the faint smell of damp earth and something else. Something metallic. Like old tools left to rust. Or blood? My mind jumped to the worst, but I pushed it aside. There was no way to know yet. I took a cautious step forward, the soles of my boots scraping against loose gravel. The faint hum of the flickering bulb overhead pulsed unevenly, a stuttering heartbeat in the silence. My breath echoed, sharp and shallow. I didn't want to reach out, but I had to. There was no turning back. The corridor ahead stretched into darkness, narrow and uninviting. I scanned the walls, scratches, marks, maybe letters or symbols, but the light wasn't steady enough to be sure. I crouched down, brushing my fingers over the rough plaster. It was cold, gritty, and crumbling in spots. The feeling of decay pressed against my skin, settling deep into my bones. I glanced back at the stairwell, now swallowed by shadows. The air had thickened, heavy with the scent of mildew and something I couldn't place. A faint ringing buzzed in my ears. Maybe it was the power grid struggling, or just my imagination running wild, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. I pulled the note out again, the thin paper trembling in my fingers. The handwriting was neat, deliberate, not hurried. Someone had planned this. Someone who knew me. That was the thing that unsettled me most. I didn't recognize the words, but the message was clear. I wasn't here by accident. I moved forward, each step careful but deliberate. Then I heard it, soft tapping, rhythmic, coming from a side door halfway down the hallway. The sound was subtle, almost like a heartbeat, but it wasn't my own. I stopped, holding my breath. The tapping stopped. The silence returned like a thick blanket. I called out again, voice firmer now. "Who's there?" "I'm not going to hurt you." No answer. Just a steady drip of water somewhere deeper in the bunker, slow and relentless. I felt the weight of unseen eyes, watching from shadows beyond the range of my flashlight. My hands trembled as I reached for the door handle. Cold metal. Smooth, worn. I hesitated, then twisted it. The door creaked open on rusted hinges, revealing a narrow room lined with shelves. Boxes. Files. Old equipment covered in dust and cobwebs. I flicked the flashlight around, the beam catching on a scattering of papers pinned to a corkboard. Maps. Photographs. Notes scribbled in the margins, names crossed out, dates marked in red ink. I crouched, knees pressing into the cold floor. One photograph caught my eye, a grainy black and white image of a group of people standing in front of what looked like this very bunker. Their faces were blurred, but I could make out a man in the center, arms folded, staring straight at the camera. It felt like he was staring right at me now. A chill ran down my spine. I rifled through the scattered papers, breathing shallow. There were reports, logs, and what looked like journal entries. The handwriting was different from the note, more frantic, less composed. They watch from above and below. No one leaves once they're in. The cameras don't lie. We have eyes everywhere. The subject approached the site at dawn. Expected, yet unexpected. He doesn't know what's waiting. My finger stopped on a page that listed names, dozens of them. Dates of disappearance next to each. Some recent. Too recent. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just a bunker. It was a trap. A tomb. The light flickered and the temperature dropped. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the sudden cold. I could hear something faint, a soft rustling, maybe footsteps, somewhere beyond the walls. I wasn't alone. I backed out of the room slowly, eyes scanning the hallway. Then I heard it again, a whisper this time. So faint I almost thought I imagined it. "You came." My heart slammed against my ribs. I spun around, flashlight darting through the dark, but nothing moved. I tried to steady my voice. "Who's there?" "Show yourself." No reply. The bulb overhead sputtered, casting long, jerky shadows. The stale air thickened, pressing in on me like a vice. In the distance, a faint mechanical click echoed. A door somewhere else in the bunker closing. I felt the walls close in. I had to get out. But I wasn't sure which way led back to the surface anymore. The stairwell I'd come down felt farther away, like the bunker itself was shifting beneath my feet. I took a deep breath, tasting the dry, metallic air. There was one thing I knew for sure. Whatever had been waiting for me had planned this long before I arrived. And now that I was here, there was no turning back. The flashlight flickered again and died. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a faint humming, almost like a voice, but too distorted to understand. I fumbled for the spare batteries in my pack, fingers shaking. My skin prickled with the sense of unseen eyes, watching. Waiting. I couldn't tell if I was about to be rescued or swallowed alive. But I wasn't going to find out standing still. I had to keep moving. Into the dark. The spare batteries slipped through my fingers, clinking softly against the concrete floor. A door slammed somewhere behind me. The sound reverberated through the bunker like a gunshot, though no object had been fired. It was the kind of noise that stole breath, made the air thicken further. I swallowed hard, tasting the coppery tang of my own nerves. The stale air filled my lungs, thick with dust and something else, something faintly chemical, like burnt wiring or old paint peeling. I forced the battery into the flashlight. Click. Flicker. A weak, unreliable beam sputtered to life. The light shook in my hand, casting long, jittery shadows against the rough plaster walls. The hallway stretched ahead, narrowing into darkness. I stepped forward, every footfall sounding too loud, too deliberate in the silence. I hated the way the bunker seemed to move beneath me, like it was breathing, slow, heavy, and knowing. "We've been waiting for you." The note's words echoed in my mind, cold and deliberate. Who was waiting? And why? I'd found nothing that resembled other people, no footprints, no discarded gear, no signs of life except for that note, and now, this strange orchestration of sounds and shadows. It felt less like a waiting room and more like a trap. I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched, but it clung to me, prickling at the back of my neck. I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing but darkness. No eyes, no figures, no movement. Yet, the sensation persisted. Someone or something had been tracking me long before I ever set foot down here. The floor beneath me shifted slightly. Not physically, but in perception. The bunker's layout seemed to twist, corridors that had once felt straightforward now doubling back or disappearing altogether. I stopped, pressing my back against the wall, fingertips tracing the cold, rough surface. The plaster was crumbling in places, revealing rusted metal beams beneath. The air smelled sharper here, like ozone after a storm. I forced myself to breathe slowly. One step at a time. The flashlight's beam caught a flicker of movement just out of reach, beyond the curve of the hallway. I blinked. Nothing. My pulse hammered in my ears. I told myself I was imagining it, but the hairs on my arms stood on end. I had to find another way out. The stairwell I came down felt unreachable now, like the bunker had swallowed it whole. I moved forward, every step cautious, scanning the walls for any sign of a door or exit. Then, a faint glimmer ahead, another light, steady this time, not flickering. A glow from beneath the door. I hesitated, hand on the cold handle. The air shifted again, colder now, a subtle draft carrying the faintest scent of mildew and rust. I pushed the door open slowly, the hinges groaning in protest. Inside was a small room, stark and utilitarian. The walls lined with filing cabinets, their surfaces scratched and dented. A desk sat in the center, papers scattered across it. I moved inside, the floor creaking beneath my boots. The glow came from a single bare bulb hanging overhead, flickering rhythmically, casting long shadows. I rifled through the papers. Maps, diagrams, logs, handwritten notes in cramped, hurried script. Most of it was gibberish to me, technical jargon I couldn't decipher. But one document caught my eye, a list of names, dates, and locations, some crossed out, others circled with red ink. My name was on it, underlined twice. My skin prickled. Whoever had been waiting for me had tracked me for months, maybe years. They'd known where I'd be when I'd arrive. This wasn't a random discovery. It was planned. A faint noise behind me. A soft shuffle, almost imperceptible. I spun around, flashlight beam slicing through the dark corners of the room. Nothing. No one. But I could feel that presence again, closer this time. Watching. Waiting. I shoved the papers into my pack, heart pounding so hard I was sure it would burst through my ribs. I had to keep moving, but the light flickered again, then died. Darkness swallowed me. I fumbled for the spare flashlight, but it was gone. I must have dropped it. Panic hit quick and sharp, but I forced it down. No room for fear, not here. I ran my fingers along the walls, searching for the next door, the next step toward escape. Then, cold metal grazed my fingertips. A ladder. Leading down. Deeper. The thought made my stomach twist. How much further did this place go? How many layers? And what was waiting even deeper than I had already found? I hesitated, breath shallow. There was no turning back now. The bunker had swallowed my only exit, and the truth was clear. I was trapped, with whoever or whatever had been waiting for me, lurking just beyond the edge of my sight. The sound came again. Not footsteps, but something else. A soft, deliberate tapping, like fingers drumming on metal. Closer. Closer. I swallowed hard and started down the ladder, the cold steel biting into my palms. The stale air grew thicker, the scent of rust and decay overwhelming. Each run felt heavier under my weight, as if the bunker itself was resisting my descent. At the bottom, the beam of my flashlight caught a narrow corridor stretching into shadow. No signs of life, no sign of escape. Just silence, thick and suffocating. I stepped forward. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a voice, low and calm, just beyond the edge of the light. "We've been waiting for you." The words weren't on paper this time. They were spoken. Cold. Certain. I froze. The point of no return had come. There was no turning back. The voice wasn't a trick of my imagination. I didn't speak. I couldn't. My mouth felt dry, like I'd swallowed sand. My fingers clenched the flashlight tighter. The tapping, soft, measured, resumed, but now it wasn't random. It felt like a deliberate rhythm, a code I couldn't crack. Closer. Always closer. The corridor stretched ahead, too dark to see where it ended, but I could smell, sharp and acrid, a faint chemical odor, like burnt plastic mixed with something metallic and old. It was the kind of smell that made your throat itch the longer you breathed it in. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to move forward, each step echoing unnaturally, like the bunker was amplifying my presence. Silence fell again, thick and suffocating. I stopped. Squinted through the beam. No one visible. Nothing that looked alive. But something was here. I could feel it, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog creeping over my thoughts. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, barely more than a whisper. "Show yourself." No answer. Only the metallic tapping, now from somewhere to my left. I turned sharply, the beam catching a narrow doorway. The door was ajar, hanging crooked on its hinges, revealing a room swallowed in shadow. My pulse hammered in my ears. I debated turning back, but the ladder behind me was gone, sealed or collapsed. I couldn't tell. I was in. There was no out. I stepped inside. The room was small, claustrophobic. Concrete walls pocked with stains and streaks of rust. Flickering overhead lights sputtered weakly, casting a sickly yellow glow. An old wooden table stood in the center, cluttered with scraps of paper, a rusted-out radio, and a broken wristwatch stopped at 3:17. The air was thick with dust and something else, something faintly sweet and rotten. On the wall, a crudely scrawled message caught my eye. "They watch. They know." The letters were uneven, shaky, as if written by someone whose hand was trembling. A noise behind me made me spin. The corridor was empty, but the tapping resumed, soft, deliberate. Then a whisper, just out of reach of the flashlight's edge, "You can't leave." I swallowed hard, resisting the urge to panic. My mind churned through the possibilities. If this was some kind of trap, who was setting it? How long had they been watching? The note I found earlier, the one that said, "We've been waiting for you," was no longer just eerie words on paper. It was a promise. A warning. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to think. The radio crackled, static filling the room with a low hum. I reached out, fingers brushing the cold, broken dial. It sparked weakly, then settled into a faint hiss. Then a voice, garbled, distorted, but unmistakably human. "Do you understand why you're here?" the voice rasped. I blinked, heart hammering. Who? Not who. Why? A chill rolled down my spine. The voice was close, yet nowhere. A trap of sound, designed to unnerve. I clenched my fists, trying to ignore the creeping dread. Why am I here? I repeated, forcing the words out. Silence. Then the tapping stopped. A soft click echoed in the room. The door slammed shut behind me. I was alone. Trapped. And the air was getting thinner, heavier, as if the bunker itself was closing in. Panic prickled at the edges of my mind, but I wouldn't let it break me. I scanned the table again. Among the papers, one caught my eye, an old photograph, yellowed and torn. It showed a group of people, faces blurred but unmistakably watching, waiting. The same faces I'd glimpsed in the shadows during my descent, or so my mind insisted. I shivered, running my fingers over the brittle edges. Written on the back, in faded ink, "We're always watching." I dropped the photo, heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. The stale air tasted metallic, like blood, but I wasn't bleeding. Not yet. I needed a plan. Something to break the cycle of silence and whispers. Then I heard it, a breath, slow and deliberate, coming from the wall opposite me. A panel, slightly ajar, revealing a narrow crawl space beyond. I froze. Is someone in there? I called out, voice steady despite the tremble in my hands. No answer. The air from the crawl space was cooler, less stale. I crouched and peered inside, the beam catching the rough edges of the concrete tunnel. It was barely wide enough for me to squeeze through, but it might lead somewhere, anywhere but here. I hesitated. The tapping resumed, now directly above the crawl space, like fingers drumming from inside the wall itself. My skin prickled. I had no idea or what was behind this. Was it a person? A group? Someone who'd been watching me long before I even found this place. I wiped sweat from my brow, tasted the grit on my lips. If I stayed, I'd suffocate. If I went, I might walk right into a trap. But staying wasn't an option. I lowered myself into the crawl space, the concrete edges rough against my skin. The air grew cooler, fresher, but my flashlight flickered again, threatening to die. I slapped it, willing it to hold on. The tunnel stretched ahead, the faint sound of dripping water echoing in the distance. Then, a whisper on the edge of hearing, "You shouldn't have come." I bit back a shudder, forcing my legs forward. The walls pressed in, damp and unforgiving. My hands scraped against the cracked plaster, leaving streaks of dirt and sweat. I told myself, keep moving. The tapping followed, relentless now, a heartbeat in the darkness. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. The beam swept across a room filled with stacked crates and rusted machinery, the air thick with the scent of mold and oil. Somewhere in the shadows, a faint light pulsed, a dull glow, not quite steady. I edged closer, heart hammering. The glow came from a small screen, like a monitor, flickering with static. As I approached, shapes began to form, grainy black and white images. Faces. Watching me. Not just from this room, but from others in the bunker. Cameras. I staggered back, the cold sweat slicking my skin. I was being watched, tracked, monitored. Every step, every breath, every hesitant word. Then the voice again, this time clearer, crueler. You're part of the story now. I spun around, searching the darkness for an escape, a face, a clue. Nothing. Just the hum of old electronics and the endless, suffocating shadows. My flashlight flickered once more and died. Darkness. Silence. And then, footsteps. Slow. Methodical. Approaching. My breath caught, cold sweat slicking my palms. I was out of time. The footsteps stopped just short of where I stood, swallowing the space between us with a silence so thick it pressed against my eardrums. Then, a voice, not the cruel, taunting one from before, but quieter. Closer. More deliberate. You don't need to be afraid. I wanted to scoff, to tell whoever was there that fear was the only thing keeping me sane in this place. Instead, my voice cracked. Who's there? No answer. Just the soft scrape of fabric against concrete. Something moved in the dark, deliberate, cautious, but not threatening. Not yet. I swallowed hard, the stale air tasting like iron and dust. My hands trembled, brushing against the cold metal of a crate for support. Every instinct screamed to run, but where? The bunker was a maze, a trap built by someone who knew it better than I ever could. I know you're watching, I whispered, more to myself than whoever or whatever was out there. I saw the cameras. A pause. Then a faint laugh, almost a sigh. Of course. We had to be sure. We. The word felt strange on my tongue, a question and a demand tangled together. Silence. Then footsteps retreating, slow, deliberate, fading into the labyrinth of corridors. Relief was immediate and sharp, but it came with a hollow ache. I was alone again, and yet, not. The sense of being watched didn't fade. It settled into my skin, a constant itch beneath the surface. I fumbled in the dark, hands finally closing around the flashlight. A weak click, and it sputtered back to life, casting a narrow beam that barely pierced the gloom. The screens flickered overhead, showing static, then a single image, a face. Not clear, but enough. Eyes sharp, unblinking. Watching me. I swallowed hard. Why? I whispered. Why wait for me? The silence answered. I forced myself to move, following the corridors back toward the surface, every step echoing against cold concrete. The stale air grew thinner, heavier with each breath, and I realized my pulse wasn't just from fear, it was exhaustion. I'd been underground too long. Outside, the night was quiet. The bunker's entrance sealed behind me with a heavy, grinding thud that sounded like a line drawn in the dirt. I paused, looking back, the faint glow from the exit swallowed by the thick trees. Somewhere distant, a dog barked, a sharp, sudden sound that shattered the bunker's oppressive silence. I pulled my jacket tighter. The chill wasn't just from the night air. It was something deeper, colder. Something that had settled inside me. For days afterward, the bunker haunted me. Not the place itself, I could think of worse places, but the knowledge that someone had been waiting, watching, planning. Someone who knew me before I even set foot down there. I tried to tell people. Friends, family. The polite nods, the well-meaning, "Are you sure you're okay?" The skepticism was as suffocating as the bunker's stale air. Maybe I sounded crazy. Maybe I was losing touch. But the note, the cameras, the voice, they were real. And the worst part? I wasn't sure if the danger was over. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to flicker with movement. My phone buzzed with unknown numbers, calls that went silent when I answered. Sometimes, late at night, I caught a glimpse of a figure in the reflection of my window, standing just beyond the reach of the porch light. Gone when I blinked. I couldn't sleep. Not properly. My mind raced with questions I had no answers to. Who were they? Why me? What did they want? The police were no help. Without concrete proof, without a clear threat, they offered sympathy and warnings to be careful. I took to changing routines, avoiding certain streets, always looking over my shoulder. But the bunker's grip on me was heavier than I expected. It wasn't just a physical place underground anymore. It was inside my thoughts, the steady drum of unease beneath every moment of calm. Weeks later, I found myself back at the edge of the woods, staring at the sealed hatch. The metal was cold and unyielding under my fingers. The forest around it was quiet, too quiet. I thought about the note, "We've been waiting for you." The weight of those words settled over me again. I realized then that this wasn't just about discovery or curiosity. It was about survival. About understanding the people who had orchestrated this, why they watched, and what they hoped to gain. I knew I couldn't run forever. So, I started to prepare. Notes, maps, photographs. Anything that might help me understand or defend myself, if it ever came to that. I learned to listen to the silence, to the spaces between footsteps, to the rhythm of normal life that hid the abnormal. And in that preparation, something changed. The fear didn't go away, not entirely. But it grew quieter, replaced by a brittle determination. I wasn't just a victim or a curiosity anymore. I was part of their story, yes. But I was also writing my own. The bunker was still out there, buried beneath the earth in shadows. The watchers, whoever they were, had not disappeared. But I had found something more important to control, or at least the will to find it. I don't know if I'll ever understand completely what happened down there, or what they want. Maybe I never will. But I do know this: the moment you realize you're being watched, your whole world shifts. The question isn't if you're safe, but what you're willing to do to stay that way. And now, I'm ready to answer it.